Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being with us tonight. We were a little bit delayed because we wanted to make sure that everybody was able to find a seat. This evening, it's 5:13 p.m. This meeting is now convened. I would like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones. A quorum of the board members is present in the board auditorium. They are, from my right on the platform, Cassandra Ozanne Bandy, Michelle Cruz Arnold, Jeanette Garza Lindner, Angela Lamont Flowers, myself, Audrey Mominai, Rolando Martinez, and Paula Mendoza. If there are any elected officials in the audience this evening, I see one, please stand and be recognized. I see two. Three. Thank you for being here with us tonight. We will now be joined by a member of the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps to lead our pledges. I would like to ask Board Member Lamont Flowers to please introduce tonight's pledge leader.
Thank you, President Mominai. Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Dmitry Gupta is a West Side High School senior and the commander of the school's 22nd Battalion Army JROTC program. She was the top HISD JROTC cadet for the past 2 consecutive years. She is academically exceptional with all advanced placement classes and a 4.8 grade point average. Yes. She is in the school's Futures program designed for high school students to earn their Associate of Arts degree upon graduation. Cadet Gupta is in the top 1% of the graduating class of 701 seniors. She attended Girls Nation last summer in Washington, D.C. She is the president of the senior class, president of the Schools and Area 2 Health Occupation Students of America, and a member of the National Honor Society. She was awarded 3 military scholarships and accepted the Strategic Officer Recruiting Detachment Scholarship from the U.S. Army to pursue a medical degree and serve as a doctor in the military. Cadet Gupta.
Please rise for a moment of silence. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Thank you, Cadet Gupta, and congratulations. Next, I would like to ask Board Member Paula Mendoza to read our proclamation recognizing Women's History Month. Ms. Mendoza?
Thank you. It would be my honor. And the proclamation reads, whereas women have made significant contributions to the growth and strength of our city, state, and nation in countless ways. And whereas, throughout our nation's history, women have been leaders in shaping our economy, culture, and values, building a foundation for strong families and communities across America. And whereas it is appropriate to gratefully acknowledge the skills, the abilities, and achievements of all women who support excellence and success at every level of the Houston Independent School District. Now, therefore, we, the HISD School Board, and the Superintendent of Schools do hereby proclaim March 2024 Women's History Month. And we encourage all to join in this observance and expression of appreciation for the contributions of all women. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from speakers who registered to address the board. Due to the large number of speakers this evening, we will hear from all speakers at this time. Agenda speakers and hearing of the community in the order in which they signed in this evening. Please identify yourself and your topic when you step to the microphone. We will prioritize public officials and students. Please note that Spanish live captioning is available for those viewing the meeting via live stream, and live Spanish interpretation is available in person in the auditorium. Public comment during school board meetings will only be available to those persons who have signed up to speak prior to the meeting time per current protocol. Verbal and other disruptions by persons during the school board meetings are not acceptable, as they inhibit the board's ability to conduct business and the public's ability to observe those processes. Persons who participate in such behavior will be given one warning, and if the behavior is repeated, they will be asked to leave the meeting. Tonight, we have 150 registered speakers who will be limited to 1 minute each per board policy, as we have more than 30 people signed up to address the board tonight. We ask that you please stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under the law, but you may name your own child. I also ask that you please respect our procedures and the other speakers and end your comments promptly when your time has expired and the timer rings. We'll begin with public officials. I understand State Representative Shantieri is here. If she is, please come to the microphone. She's not here. Okay. I understood that Representative Jarvis Johnson was here. No? Okay. And Adam Ravon has just joined us. Adam, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Placido Gomez, who I know is here. Yes, sir. Please come to the microphone, and he'll be followed by Savant Moore if he's in the auditorium as well. Mr. Gomez, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. The agenda item I'm looking at is progress measure 2.2, specifically the root cause analysis for reading comprehension. This is the last time I've heard you speak about this. I've seen a third one, perhaps, access to high-quality pre-K. I have some follow-up questions on that. How do you define high quality? What metrics are you looking for when you're measuring what high quality is? And how do you know that those metrics are going to track to what the goals are for reading comprehension? What existing research are you looking at? Those are the only questions I had. I also want to take the time to publicly thank HISC and the district for paying for professional development for me. It's going to help me be prepared to be a school board member when inevitably we switch places. Mr. Miles, I want to thank you for saying earlier this afternoon that there's a kernel of truth in every piece of criticism that you hear. You have 150 kernels coming up, and I'll be taking notes and listening right along with you. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moore? Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
How y'all doing? God bless each and every one of you. I met John Lewis. You said good trouble. In our own District 2, some of the students, they may not have the absences, have suspensions. I would ask for this first iteration, could you make where that policy isn't, where if they have the passport, they still can go on the trip, because it can really make an impact on my side of town. I also ask, regardless if you may not agree with everyone's use of their freedom of speech, if they're educated, that they're not put into a bus barn like Michelle Williams, that they're actually still in their classroom educating these children. I also ask that you show some respect towards the public elected officials where we have a cell phone, a business card, a laptop, so that we can reach out to our constituents. We want to work with you. I've talked to the commissioner. He's willing to offer a building to you so we can have a Sunrise Center that's closer in my neighborhood where they're not actually going out. So we want to be your ally.
Thank you, sir. Our next public official that was registered and we expected to speak was Myrna Guidry, but I don't see her. Ms. Guidry here? No. Okay. Our next public official is Trustee Donnie Hernandez, who I think is registered to speak via Zoom. Okay, she's not via Zoom. Okay. Okay, we'll now hear from speakers who identified themselves as students when they checked in. Is that this list right here? Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry, the handwriting. Elliot? Oh, Elliot. Delgado. Elliot Delgado, who's in 11th grade? Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Of course, I'm Ellie Degala from 11th grade, and I think the first thing I come with you is a bit of a criticism. I'm a student of Carnegie Vanguard High School, and I've come to know many people and many administrators, many APs, and out of all of that, I've found no one greater than Principal Mr. Moss, and I take all you guys as people of facts, logic, and reasoning. I mean, the measures of which you institute are for that very reason, to measure performance. And I feel like when it comes to Mr. Moss in the case of Carnegie Vanguard High School, there is no other school that excels as much as that school does. Yet, over these past few months, I've noticed so many measures in place that are put to hinder Carnegie Vanguard High School, and the termination of Mr. Moss, who, in his 25 years of teaching, have consistently put Carnegie at the number one school, state and nationwide, and in the district. And so, for these reasons alone, you push yourselves as people of facts and logic, but I don't understand why you keep putting yourself.
Thank you. Our next student speaker is Bella Jotwani. Jotwani, yes, ma'am.
Good evening, board. May I start?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll be talking about the principal evaluations. I have two.
Hold on. We good? Let's go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
I am a student, and my principal was one of the many that was told to do better. I have two problems with this: the system and funding. First, the evaluation system. If the system is picking up high-performing schools that are ranked nationally, how is it a productive study? And if it's not a productive study, why are we using it to evaluate NES and non-NES schools? Secondly, funding. I believe the real problem in public education is a lack of funding. Investing in education like mine is a true way to make a difference. And if this holds true, why are our principals taking the fall for the lack of funding? Well, the only thing the principal evaluations are doing is wasting our time and our worry, the worry of students, principals, teachers, and everyone. Even though I'm a senior and I'll be graduating this year, I'm worried about my brother, and I'm worried about my underclassmen friends that are going to have to deal with this for many more years. And I am 18, I will be voting in the next election, and I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be voting for government waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next student speaker is Bryn Cabe. Bryn Cabe, and then after Bryn is Hira Malik, and then Julian Nguyen. Bryn, please go ahead.
Mr. Miles, when you came to our school district, you started doing things that I frankly don't understand. My name is Bryn, and I'm a 7th grader in a magnet school. I chose to go to my school because at my school, currently, I get to participate in arts education programs such as theater and dance, programs that teach me how to speak confidently and clearly express myself. My principal knows my name and everyone else's, and my teachers are concerned about my education and about me. Our librarian and library is my home where I can go to find peace and read when middle school is too much. Most of our teachers stay after school to tutor students or to run clubs because my principal cares and inspires all of us to care. Our school is like this before you came to our district, and I hope that it can withstand your policies. The success of all of our schools depend on you taking a more understanding approach with your job. Don't remove the arts programs from our schools, don't punish high-achieving principals with some inconsistent rubric, and don't take away our libraries and librarians. These things that make our schools great, look at our schools as homes, because to us, they are. Be a better human.
Our next speaker is Hira Malik. Hira Malik. After Hira Malik will be Julian Nguyen. And if Julian Nguyen can please come towards the microphone, that would be helpful. And then Christiana Thomas. Go ahead. Oh, let's make sure your mic's on. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Hira Malik, and I'm a junior at Carnegie Vanguard High School. I'm here today to advocate on behalf of those who remain barred from being here: principals, educators, fellow students, and community members. I'm here today to go outside of the chain of decision-making that has fostered a destructive and hostile high-performance culture that simply does not exist for the needs of students. Why is it that we are the primary stakeholder of this takeover, yet the least heard? Beyond the students, in the past 6 months, this district has pushed intimidation strategies upon our teachers, resulting in a double turnover rate. Removing individuals who don't agree with your beliefs is not the solution to the high-performance culture you're pushing for. Public schools are meant to be the foundation of democracy, but HISDs have been the opposite.
Thank you. Julian Nguyen, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Julian Nguyen, and I'm a junior at Carnegie Vanguard High School. The new HISD leadership came in with the goal of improving schools that actually needed it. Carnegie Vanguard ranks in the top 40 schools in the whole of the U.S. and #1 in our district. So why is our school now under attack? Our administration is facing threats to their employment. Our teachers are leaving at record rates because of a backwards pay structure. And our students are facing the consequences of your actions. Please listen to the students, parents, and staff who have to face the consequences of your actions.
Thank you. Christiana Thomas, and she'll be followed by Adita Sage Bittner, and then Luco Candida. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
I'm here to speak on agenda item 9. Testing for dyslexia and other learning needs is crucial for ensuring educational equity. However, existing policies often hinder the accommodation of students. Despite their essential role, special education programs barely have enough funding. They require 2 teachers, they require testing for disabilities, occupational therapists for mobility, and placement-appropriate classes and speech therapy. Now, while we're mandated to comply with dyslexia testing, which is amazing, a lack of comprehensive explanation as to how you're going to fund this means that we're essentially mandating a new service without providing an actual explanation as to how you're funding it, whilst also having mass budget cuts in already underfunded areas. We cannot cut education. We especially cannot cut something for a group that is already struggling. And especially not when you have a double turnover rate that you created. Special education programs deserve adequate funding and recognitions. Teachers are not something in which you can fit within budget lines because they stay.
Thank you. Adita Sage Bittner, is she here? Adita Sage Bittner?
She's going to be on Zoom after the next speaker.
Okay. So Luca Candida, I think I saw his mom here somewhere.
Cuando fui a pre-K, solo hablaba italiano y español.
When I was in pre-K, I was speaking only Italian and Spanish.
Estamos ubicados en Harvard, pero mi madre estaba muy feliz de que yo pudiera ingresar a Wharton para poder seguir aprendiendo español. Aprendí inglés mientras estuve allí.
We are located at Harvard, but my mother was very happy that I was going to Wharton, so I can continue learning Spanish. I learned English while I was there.
HISD no debe.
Go ahead.
Add an English class at Wharton. This means that it will be less place to students like me.
Okay. All right.
HISD no debería agregar una clase inglés a Wharton. Hacer esto significará menos lugares para estudiantes como yo.
HID shouldn't add an English class at Wharton. This will mean that it will be less places to students like me.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think we've got one more student speaker by Zoom. Adita Sage Bittner. Is that right? Okay.
Hi, my name is Adita Sage Bittner, and I'm a fourth grader at Kanza Elementary. Today I'm speaking on item 2, progress monitoring. I have attended almost every board meeting and have said over and over that we need to see students as more than kids are human beings, and we have different experiences, resources, and needs. It seems that you want to equate learning to test scores. Sometimes it's easier to work with numbers. 1 plus 1 equals 2, 2 times 1 equals 2, 1 power of 2 equals 2. There are so many ways to represent the number 2, and there are so many ways to see kids. You focus on test scores while certified principals are being told they aren't good enough. You focus on test scores while certified teachers are planning to leave HISD. You focus on test scores while uncertified principals, teachers, and counselors struggle to help kids. While you focus on test scores, all the smart people are being thrown off or abandoning the ship. I urge you to stop hiding behind test scores and accept that our superintendent's destination 2035 is at the bottom of the ocean like the Titanic. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our student speakers. I understand Representative Terry is here. Ma'am, would you like to speak? No? Okay. I don't have my glasses on, but thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I wanted to just read a letter that I've already submitted. Dear Superintendent Miles, I hope this letter finds you well. As the Texas State Representative for District 146, encompassing a large portion of families with children at the Houston Independent School District, I'm invested in the success and educational outcomes of my constituency. Additionally, as a proud parent of an HISD student, I am doubly committed to ensuring HISD not only survives, but thrives. Recent discussions and articles about the possible termination of approximately 117 to 120 school principals have raised significant concern among my constituents and community members. While we prioritize academic standards and educational success, many principals have voiced their concerns about the lack of proper notice regarding the new proficiency screener, which was not part of the established lead principal evaluation. A lack of adequate time to principals serve as the bedrock. Therefore, it is prudent, fair, and reasonable to allow sufficient time to grasp new evaluation metric, the new amount of evaluation metric input impacting the employment assessments. Quickly, given these concerns, I am calling for a 120-day moratorium on the termination or demotion of HISD principals, specifically linked to performance on the newly implemented standards. This pause will enable a comprehensive review of evaluation metrics, providing all principals with ample time to understand and meet expectations. Maintaining stable leadership is crucial for school continuity, and this moratorium offers a chance to reassess current policies and practices. There's more in the letter, but in sum, I urge you to give careful consideration to this request and to take prompt action to address concerns voiced by community members, parents, and educators. By working together, we can devise solutions that prioritize the stability and success of HISD. Thank you for your attention to this topic.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to hear from speakers in the order in which they signed up. So, if you'd like to identify yourself, you're welcome to do so. I'm going to call by number. So there are seats up here at the front. If you're number 1 through 10, please make your way to the front. Because there's so many speakers this evening, we're going to try to at least avoid some of the time between speakers by doing that. So we're all smart people here. Once we get through the first 10, we'll go from 11 to 20, okay? Our first speaker, if you please approach the microphone and introduce yourself if you'd like, and then you will have 1 minute. The timer will go off, and I appreciate it if everybody will please stick to the minute time limit that we have. We just have so many speakers. We don't want to have everybody here all night. So thank you, and please go ahead.
Eileen Harrell, speaking on evaluation. I understand the urgency of this moment for our students,
but my grandma used to say, haste makes waste, honey. I agree that adults, from the superintendent all the way down to teachers, need rigorous evaluation systems on par with what we expect of our students. We take a methodical, measured approach to student evaluations. We need to do the same for adult evaluations. Building effective systems takes time to create, to ensure we are asking the right questions and measuring the right things, time to beta test, time to communicate those expectations clearly, including robust documentation and access to those documents, time to train and calibrate within and across the teams, time to give subjects opportunities to process their feedback and receive coaching. All of this is for the purpose of guiding decisions that will prepare all of our students to live choice-filled and productive lives, and within the context of the intervention, to eliminate multi-year DNF campuses and fix special. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, number 2, please go ahead if you'd like to.
T. Anderson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
First, to the person who forwarded the list of principals to the Chronicle, well done, and thank you for making good trouble. This principal evaluation system is unfair, it's illegal, and it's an existential threat to public education in this district as we are racing towards a C rating with vouchers and charters waiting in the wings. We understand that Superintendent Miles was given a blank check, and he writes it, it's up to him. But what I want to know is, are you cashing and signing in on it too? Ultimately, we on this side, we're not empowered to do anything, but you are ultimately responsible for the outcomes that happen in this district. Trust has been repeatedly broken, and we are hurting. We, the electorate, though, have the responsibility to not throw good money after bad. So we might have to touch a sacred cow, meaning the bond. In my 22 years of living and being a voter in the city of Houston, I have never, ever voted against a bond, but I can tell you now with the way that is going.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Speaking on bullying. A zero-tolerance policy for bullying in this district has to start at the top. Mr. Miles has been gaslighting and bullying staff since he arrived. First, he described our librarians as sacred cows and removed them from their campuses. Then teachers were constantly harassed and micromanaged. Now campus administrators are being targeted for termination using a form that the board did not approve and doesn't meet the statutory requirements. Dozens of supposed underperforming principals attended a required meeting where Miles told them it's his way or the highway and threatened them with loss of their jobs. APs who were evaluated using the same flawed form are being pressured to either sign a resignation agreement, which waives numerous rights, or be terminated at your April meeting. You cannot eliminate bullying unless there is a culture of trust. Miles has destroyed that trust through his authoritarian actions. But remember, Miles answers to you. You can and must hold him accountable for his actions.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Naomi Doyle-Madrid, an HISD parent since 2009, serve on my school's PTOs, SDMCs, and I'm a current DAC member. I'm not going to lie. Last June, I was hopeful. I really was. I had high hopes for the children and families who for decades had been denied a high-quality education and resources. By August, the mission creep had begun, and today, I'm not only sad, but I'm mad. Legal battles to halt the bad teacher evaluation plan, spot observation forms that don't capture the differences between non-NES and NES schools, NWA outcome data misused to evaluate a school's MOI progress, subjective independent review teams roam our schools, daily email propaganda, and now a forced distribution, potentially illegal proficiency screening tool for APs and principals that not only evolves as the evaluation tool is utilized, but has led to our very best high school principals to find themselves on a list. This is not the HISD I'd hoped for. Is this the HISD you hope for? Is this your legacy?
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Carol, progress monitoring. Thank you so much for your detailed Q&A. On page 2, Miles admits to data manipulation. The real mid-year third grade MAP data was too good to be true and also highlighted the ridiculously low targets Miles set for himself in his bonus. So he moved the goals individually until each subpopulation is a happy 2 percentage points from target. Q&A page 3, same magic performed on math scores. And there is no footnote to you for these revised targets. I guess they had to leave room for the green on target signs. Miles did not give you guys the real data. Real results weren't pretty enough to fit his story, both that he is making progress and that 1% goal for himself is reasonable. You said, I trust Miles' judgment because he's a data-driven guy. That's the person who said that.
Thank you. And if speakers 11 through 14 will please come on up. Yes, sir.
Citizen,
Go ahead.
I am outraged. The BOM and superintendent is systematically dismantling HISD. Conforming to a single person's view is unscrupulous, it's undemocratic, and silences the voice of the community. This superintendent and the hostile takeover by TEA is tantamount to dictatorial rule. This has been done by the unelected, illegitimate superintendent and his hand-picked lackeys. The BOM, if I have ever seen a fake board, the BOM is it. I implore citizens and trustees to petition the government and put on the ballot the ouster of the TEA Abbott puppet superintendent and his fake BOM. Hardworking, trained HISD personnel, teachers, principals, and others are being fired, ousted, or forced to quit if they don't fit the mold. Good, hardworking.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Santos.
I'm Daniel Santos. The community has been sold a bill of goods. The vision Mr. Miles has for the school district includes a culture of intimidation, staffing schools with uncertified teachers, unprecedented staff turnover, and the use of flawed metrics to slander teachers and slander principals. The NES system isn't innovative or grounded on empirical research. It's a bill of goods, a false promise based on junk science. The community has had enough. Tonight, you may ignore us. You may sneer at us, but we will challenge your unjust system. We will rise up. We are propelled by Maya Angelou's poetic call to action. With your bitter, twisted lies, you may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I'll rise. Tonight, the community will challenge you, and we will rise for our school district.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Jackie Anderson, President of Houston Federation of Teachers. Mr. Miles, you are totally ineffective, disrespected, and untrustworthy. You can't help this district because you're probably not steeped in education. You are not a leader, you are a bully. You cover up your inadequacies by spreading propaganda, misinformation, disinformation, untruth, and junk science. It will not work. You're in trouble. You are hamstrung. You, Mr. Miles, are failing our children just like your friends at the TEA. So TEA, go away and take F. Mike Miles with you. Restore our elected board and restore our schools.
Ms. Ross. And then just before our next speaker, we're going to let there's 3 additional students that have come since we've begun. So, no, you go ahead and then we'll switch to them.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
My name is Jessica Ross. I'm a former educator and I served as a secondary science curriculum writer and teacher development specialist for 5 years in HISD. I am also a parent of 2 children in the district, and I am truly disturbed by the approach of Mike Miles on the board. I am intimately familiar with the most at-risk populations of the district after serving at Kashmir, Wheatley, Thomas Middle School, and many other campuses that were struggling to meet the unique and diverse needs of their student populations. We are all aware that HISD needed additional support, but this fear-based, one-size-fits-all approach for a district as diverse as HISD is not only in direct contradiction to findings of basic educational research and pedagogy, but also a blatant attempt to deconstruct public education by extinguishing the passion, individualism, joy, creativity, and sense of community and mutual respect that was making these struggling campuses start to excel. Fear is not a path forward, and we need to call this what it is: bullying.
Our next student speaker, Ezekiel Rios. No? Emily? Emily, these kids are here? Ezekiel or Ezekiel Rios? Oh, okay. Wonderful. And then Amber Mena will be the next speaker, and then Daniel Rios. You can sit up front, honey. Yep. They can sit right. Okay. Please go ahead, sweetie.
I just found out that the library services has been removed. It hurt my heart to know that a club called Book Club that I have been for 6 years. And also I have read over 150 books. It also hurts my heart because it does not allow me to expand my mind into the world of reading.
Thank you. Amber Mena? Is this Amber?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, sweetie, go ahead.
Hi, Mike Miles. Hi, Mike Miles and the people who's up there. From the way you've been acting in this whole new district, I feel like you were a very sad and bullied kid whenever you're younger. You disliked your teachers, librarians, and principals. And as I was talking with my friends, we were agreeing with ourselves that we disliked DOLs, and we wish we can do other spelling tests, like the spelling test. You want to know something? My school counselor doesn't even have time for me because he runs 4 other jobs, such as team center, cover teacher, nurse, and even front desk. Do you want to know why? Because teachers are leaving.
Thank you, sweetie. Okay. Our last student speaker is Daniel Rios. Okay, go ahead, sweetie.
Hello, I'm a middle schooler in your district, and I've come here to say that your schools don't contact anyone. I've been punched in my jaw, and the office never reported anything. I had to tell my parents everything that happened, and this is not the only time the office doesn't say anything. Therefore, I have stopped trusting the office and your district. This isn't even an NES school, and problems are still occurring.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Ann Eagleton. And then if the folks who are, it looks like we've got a lineup, so thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm speaking to the budget amendment. There's a footnote on there about right-sizing HISD. I want to make sure that you understand I sent you handouts so you can fact-check everything I'm about to say, so you know I didn't make it up or that I'm an idiot. You put out an efficiency report about our dysfunctional transportation system. You said that 8,700 students are transported every day. I did a PIR, and I found out that on March 4th in the morning, 11,568 students were transported. Now, that is off by 55% from what has been represented by the superintendent and his administration. What I don't understand is how you are going to properly budget our money if you don't have basic facts. You need to know how many kids are actually on a bus to really budget. So this seems like it's just pixie dust to put everybody to sleep while.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Salem Alimasi, and I'm a community organizer with CWS, or Church World Services. The current condition of HSD school is deteriorated, and the new American are facing it the bad way. HSD accommodates a substantial number of refugees and immigrants in its institution, yet these children have been left to fend for themselves. Support have been drawn, resources redirected away from school, and ongoing transportation challenge in HSD only exaggerate. This decision to divide support outside the school system is contributing to the failure of our community. Myself and other parents, we regret to realize that the efforts to secure a better future for our children have been divided or redirected. The decision is let's help the students where they are in school and found a school and reinstall wraparound specialists. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Samati Paki. I'm mother to 2 HISD students. My younger son is thriving at Carnegie Vanguard High School. We moved from FBISD to HISD because of the exemplary record of CVHS as one of the top schools in the state. I have worked in school administration for the past 8 years, and I can appreciate what it means for someone to lead a school with the lofty standards that Carnegie embodies. Mr. Moss is at the helm of that achievement. Surely we must recognize and respect his dedication of 20 years to the school, its students, its teachers, and its community. There is no doubt he is the reason for the success of CVHS, and I'm here to show my support for him. Please, let us have a principal.
Yes, ma'am, of course.
BOM, I'm speaking to Agenda 19 about the vaccine authorization. That's an agenda item that you definitely need to vote 9-0. It's to help our children. Access to vaccine is not the issue, but rather campus district immunization status is. Since immunizations are required for school attendance, your campus RN manages that. But did you know that receiving the shot record and entering the shot record into the school electronic record is a difficult task? See, school clinics are clinicking. Nurses are busy. So let me make a free observation and recommendation to you so that we make sure all info is in. Why don't you develop a health status team using sub-school nurses, part-time school nurses, retired school nurses? See, they've already done this before, so they just need a fresh orientation. Then they could retrieve, review, and enter that particular data, so when you press the button for an immunization report for the district, it will be correct, so you won't have another debacle like you did with the last immunization.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Williams. And then if the next speakers would please move on up, that would be helpful. I think we're on 21 or so. Okay, 17, 18. Go ahead, ma'am.
Michelle Williams, President of Houston Education Association. Board of Managers, through your ill-advised authorization of HISD policy changes, you have allowed this administration to weaponize the investigation process and reassignment of teachers in an attempt to silence those who speak truth to power. A record number of HISD teachers who refuse to be humiliated, harassed, and intimidated by campus leaders, executive directors, division superintendents are being reassigned through fraudulent accusations and investigations. You all have turned your backs on your communities, the HISD students and staff, by remaining silent about things that matter. There comes a time when silence is betrayal. Eli Wiesel said, "What hurts the victim the most is not the cruelty of the oppressor, but the silence of the bystander." Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lack.
Ruth Hoffman-Lack speaking to TFA contract. I sent you anybody need a handout? I sent them to you. Want one?
Can you give them to, oh. Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I have my 5 seconds back, please?
Restart.
As my email explained, the findings of 6 of the 8 listed supporting documents in the DOI plan were either described inaccurately or completely distorted. I draw your attention to footnote number 8, which cites Backus and Hansen 2018. The DOA plan asserts that in some studies of Teach for America and teaching fellows, data show that uncertified teachers outperform their certified peers in terms of student achievement, attendance, and lowered suspension rates. In fact, the data does not show that, and the study did not mention teaching fellows at all. The authors describe their findings as suggestive evidence that students of TFA teachers in elementary and middle schools only were less likely to miss school or be suspended, although point estimates are very small and other outcomes showed no evidence of TFA effect. TFA teachers were compared to all other teachers, certified and uncertified alike. In response to your Q&A inquiry about the turnover rate of TFA teachers, footnote number 21 on page 188 of Backus and Hansen. People are in their first or second year because they all quit after their second year.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
I'm the executive director of Kickstart Kids. I'm making a community comment that also relates to bullying. Kickstart Kids teaches a character curriculum focused on honesty, loyalty, courage, discipline, respect, dedication, kindness, and responsibility through the martial arts. Our students range from the athletically talented to the not so much, from the gifted and talented intellectual student to those with learning disabilities. Together, this wide diversity of students becomes a community that supports and encourages each other in the Kickstart classroom and outside. Kickstart Kids program has worked in HISD 5 days a week during the school day for over 30 years. School administrators regularly tell us the program reduces bullying and discipline problems and improves academic performance, attitude, mental health, attendance, and the sense of community on campus. They find the values developed by our students often permeate through their friend groups and
Thank you, ma'am. Can you actually hand those to Emily? Or, oh, okay. Okay. All right. Our next speaker, please. I think number 19, please. 18, sorry. I've lost my computer. Go ahead.
I am a parent of students at non-NES schools, a graduate of HISD, and a community leader. I am speaking on agenda item number 3 on behalf of a teacher who is unable to speak for fear of retribution. Students and teachers need many things. What they don't need is an unchecked, authoritarian, appointed superintendent with billions of dollars of taxpayer money that will not make its way into our children's classrooms. Houston taxpayers are on the hook for other people's pipe dreams and financial windfalls. Superintendent Miles has called parents and students a small group of naysayers, and yet we are the naysayers whose tax dollars he's spending. We demand a say in how he's spending our money. For example, we want all schools to have library staff with a qualified librarian. There should be equity in access to books for all students. We urge the Board of Managers to stop letting Superintendent Miles permanently ruin HISD. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Derek Stinson. I represent Kickstart Kids. I'm an alumni of
just like the Hair Club for Men commercial, I'm not only a client, I'm the regional director. Basically, we just want to work with HISD. We worked with HISD for 30 years. I started in 1993 in Kickstart Kids at a middle school, and now through college, we were able to continue a very successful run through HISD, and we want to continue to do so not only in the non-NES system, but in the NES as well. We look to serve. We look to make impacts that are going to transcend from the karate classroom to the academic arena. And I'm looking forward to speak to every last one of y'all. If I can't get y'all on the phone, y'all going to see me every board meeting. And I'm looking forward to continuing a healthy relationship with HISD, Kickstart Kid as well, and see you guys soon.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Catherine Buchanan. I am a parent who belongs to a unique high school community of special education, gifted and talented students, and teachers and administrators with specific skills to educate those students, all of whom are led by a long-standing, well-respected principal who has honed the specific skills needed to lead our special education, gifted and talented students, and lead our school, our A-rated school, to earn numerous national, state, and municipal distinctions and awards every school year. Yet, an illegal, secret, non-board approved tool and one review team visit in April may be the factors deciding if our award-winning principal is fired. We urge the Board of Managers to call for an independent third-party review.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next speaker. Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Thank you.
And you can reset the clock. Jeffrey Fox, HISD alum, angry parent. The state-appointed superintendent's principal rating system is fundamentally flawed and will result in substantial harm to the children it is supposed to serve. A target distribution or bell curve system for performance ratings forces an arbitrary number of principals to be fired, regardless of whether performance goals are achieved. This flaw is demonstrated by the fact that leaders of some of the highest performing schools in Houston have been targeted for removal. Destabilizing high-achieving schools in order to justify expanding the flawed NES regime is a cynical tactic rooted in bad faith. Holding principals accountable for school performance is reasonable, but if a school achieves the performance benchmark, no matter how many other schools also achieve that benchmark, that school's leadership should not have to fear being fired. Yet that culture of fear is exactly what this superintendent wants. HISD needs change. But this scheme, designed to score political points in Austin at the expense of our children's education, is not the way. Members of the board, reject this system, reject this superintendent.
Our next speaker, and if speakers, I think 23 through 30 wouldn't mind coming up to the front, then we've got some seats for you. Please go ahead. You may have to bring it closer. There you go. Let's see. Is it on? What's going on with the... Let's try again.
Hello?
There you
Okay.
go.
Hi, I'm Christina O'Neill. I have two children in HISD, one here with me, who wanted to write to you, and so I'm reading her speech on her behalf. Hello, my name is Tallulah O'Neill. I'm a middle school student with an involved, passionate principal who is on the list of principals in jeopardy of losing their position. I think that it's unfair and unethical that my principal be punished for not embracing tactics that weren't approved by the board in the first place. HISD is in danger if we won't allow these amazing teachers, principals, and staff to continue doing the jobs that they are already excelling at. I have been adequately challenged in all the areas I need to be successfully prepared for my future education. My school community has tried to stay positive with all these changes, but I have completely lost trust in Superintendent Miles. I'm angry and sad, and I'm losing hope. I'm genuinely worried that students' potential and creativity is at risk. I'm asking you to please do your job and keep students in our community's best interest in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am here to address Agenda Item 2, Progress Monitoring. My name is Sandra. I am a first grade certified bilingual teacher at a non-NES school and a mother to a second grade bilingual student. The data currently being used to evaluate our teachers and principals is English data only, which is unfair to students and teachers in our Spanish-speaking classrooms as their true growth is not being recognized. By selectively omitting improvements shown by our students in Spanish, you are falsely portraying our non-NES schools as failing. I have, until now, been on the sidelines, but the harm being caused by the intentional manipulation of data has spurred me into action as an advocate for our public schools. I urge the board to look at the overall growth that our students have made both in Spanish and in English when evaluating our teachers, our principals, and our schools.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Trish Hilliard. I'm a mom of 3 daughters in 2 different HISD schools. I'm a taxpayer, and I'm currently serving on a PTO exec board and on an SDMC. I've maintained a positive outlook and tried to be supportive of what seemed like necessary changes in a failing system for the past year. Because coming from 2 A-rated campuses, I knew that it wasn't about us. It was about the kids that had been failed in their education year after year in DNF campuses. But as someone who works very closely with our A-rated campus principal, I see firsthand how the constant moving of the goalposts in regards to the LEAD evaluation, as well as all of the changes to their meetings, their budgets, their curriculum, and all sorts of other unknowns that continue to be thrown at school leadership, has made it more and more unnecessarily difficult for these successful school principals to do what they do best, run highly effective schools that get results. I would love to know how any of this being thrown at principals for A, B, and C-rated campuses, taking away their limited bandwidth to do their criteria of no
Thank you.
campuses and improving SPED.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jesse Bugan, and I'm here for SPED. My son was diagnosed with autism a few years ago, and ever since then, my eyes are wide open. He starts kindergarten next year, so my sights are now set on this illegal state takeover of the Houston Independent School District. I see you destroying public education in our city, starting off with a brutal and barbaric dismantling of the special education programs, including autism services. Setting up special needs children like my son as pawns for abuse and neglect instead of giving them the right to a public education. I see how this hostile state takeover directly helps the state incarcerate black and brown kids and institutionalize special needs kids. This board of state-sanctioned sycophants are persecuting our kids for profit. To my community, open your eyes. These are our oppressors, not our teachers. Look, I know we can't vote them out. I know teachers can't strike, but that does not mean we have to go quietly. These people who actively destroy our kids' future do not get the right to comfort. Did we just roll over when Hurricane Harvey hit us? No, we are tough, we mobilize, we save our own people, and it's time to save our kids.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Cody Moore. I'm a HISD parent, and in my own work, I'm a physician educator. I work at one of the med schools in the Texas Med Center, and I am often working with a team of residents and med students. And through that, I have learned that the culture that I bring from the top trickles down and sets the tone for the whole team. And so, given that, I was very concerned about this report that came out about the principals being under threat. Being in a work culture and environment of paranoia, of fear, of always looking over your shoulder, if our principals are working like that, it trickles down to our teachers. If it trickles down to our teachers, it trickles down to our children. And so I implore you, Superintendent Miles and the board, please reconsider this policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak on agenda item 2. My name is Claire Robinson, and I am a parent of a future HISD student. Page 2 of today's Goal Progress Monitoring Report states, the district is establishing baseline data, and one is cautioned against drawing too many conclusions based on this first year. Yet, the district used this data to warn almost half of our principals, many from stellar schools, that they need to do even better or they might lose their jobs. Children cannot learn if there is a revolving door of adults leading their schools. Taxpayers cannot afford more NES expansions while other schools suffer budget cuts. This district treats principals, teachers, and taxpayer dollars as infinite resources. They are not. I will vote no on an HISD bond with Mike Miles in charge.
Thank you. When the speakers, I think we're starting at about 30. No, you're good, you're good. I was just calling up the next group of folks who are 30 through 37 or so. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Hello and good evening. I'm Catherine Gould Marks. I've got 2 children in HISD. And as a taxpayer and HISD parent, I've witnessed both the dedication and passion of our principals, teachers, and staff, as well as the diversity of our district through both our neighborhood schools and magnet school choice options. However, I recognize that not all campuses meet the same standards. It is unacceptable for Texas's largest district to have consistently failing schools and non-compliant SPED services. Change is crucial, particularly in improving DNF campuses and ensuring SPED compliance. Despite this mandate, I've observed a lack of focus on meeting exit criteria, leading to excessive micromanagement and mission creep district-wide. This chaos diverts resources and undermines positive impacts. The fluctuating evaluation system is a prime example of this disorder, creating unnecessary hurdles for our educators. I'm urging a refocus on the exit criteria. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nihal Shaheen, a Muslim teacher and parent at HISD. I have been and will always be a vocal person who advocates for my children, students, and my own rights. I practiced my freedom of speech rights and participated in a sharing concerns meeting with the SSO and Assistant Superintendent on October and December 2022. Afterwards, things have changed for me. Mr. Miles, I am more than willing to meet with you to elaborate on whatever happened to me. However, I understand if you don't have time to meet with me. I'm well aware that to the district, teachers are inessential and dispensable. However, to me, my silver lining is being abundantly embraced by my family, of course, husband, kids, siblings, and friends, but most substantially, the parents who I have known for 2 to 6 years. I am and will always be indebted for their support. My students, who are also my silver lining, they're all supporting me, know who I am as a teacher and who I am as a parent. And I also have some notes to show that I am not a teacher who is...
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Beasley. I'm an HISD alumnus and teacher speaking on behalf of a principal who is afraid to share their comments for fear of retribution. With last month's Chronicle article on principal turnover, I want to highlight a related issue, the poor quality of executive directors, or EDs. For example, there is an ED who has only been a principal at one campus and had one of the lowest star scores in the West Division last year based on Miles' unofficial ratings. She's now leading multiple campuses in the West Division. Perhaps HISD's goal was to promote principals of poorly performing schools because they were desperate to fill positions. Regardless, we have district administrators who evaluate and guide campus leaders who do not have track records of success and improvement. We're being led by incompetence, and our students and communities are the ones who suffer.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Weiss, and my child attends a non-NES HISD elementary school. I'm speaking on item 2. I'm also a physician in the community. Several teachers I know confided in me that they weren't adequately instructed on how to administer the MAP test in the fall. This could be detrimental in early grades where children cannot read well enough to understand the questions on their own. How can principals and teachers be evaluated on tests that the teachers do not fully understand how to administer? Local property taxes make up approximately 88% of the HISD budget. As a taxpayer, I'm extremely concerned about the lack of transparency of metrics that principals and teachers are being evaluated on. I urge Mr. Miles to allow transparency in the metrics for faculty evaluations. There needs to be an independent committee made up of stakeholders from all aspects of the community to review the evaluation process. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bogar Ventura, and I am speaking for my community, mi comunidad. As a parent invested in HISD and having been through the BOM Lone Star training, I care deeply about the future of our district and our children's education. I am profoundly concerned about the current state of the district leadership and the lack of consideration of our community's needs to determine appropriate goals for our district, but most importantly, for our children's education. As board members, it is your responsibility to set the goals to the superintendent to follow. How can you reassure our community that you are setting the goals that best support the needs of our students? And how are you holding the superintendent responsible for these goals?
Thank you.
My name is Andrea Negri. I'm speaking to the proposed compensation manual. In regards to fine arts and athletic stipends staying untouched next year, the HR chief said these opportunities really expand the experience educationally. So do robotics, UIL academics, journalism, and speech and debate. But these sponsors may see their compensation reduced or eliminated entirely. Robotics coaches give students real-world opportunities to demonstrate what they've learned in STEM classes. Want your students to learn how to find reputable sources, argue different sides of an issue, or analyze the purpose of a message outside of an art of thinking class? Sign them up for journalism or debate. And every single core class is reinforced by at least one UIL academic contest. In a minute, I can't get into the number of after-school or weekend hours these adults give up. It's more than a few. But now a high-performance culture demands that they do it for little to no compensation. A culture of high performance means work that exceeds minimum expectations is valued and rewarded. A culture of high performance means excellence in many different fields is recognized, and a culture of high performance does not limit
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark LeBlanc. I'm a 30-year Houston resident, a businessman, a philanthropist, a volunteer, a son of a teacher, and a colonel from the Air Force, and most importantly, a father of 2 children. Occupational well-being and workplace culture are my wheelhouse. Commitment to health, safety, and employee well-being is expected at all successful businesses. MTRAIN's 2024 Workplace Culture Outlook survey of 100 million employees found a 20% drop in employees experiencing respectful leadership relationships. Leaders who prefer a command and control type of leadership have strengths, but empathy, employee fulfillment, and high emotional intelligence are not typically among them. And these are the very skills that matter the most today. Adaptive leaders, by contrast, are authentic with a focus on individual resilience. They are intentionally transparent and they nurture trust. As a taxpaying shareholder of HISD, I expect my fiduciary responsibility from you that includes protecting the most important assets we have, the employees who interact directly with our children. And to quote Coach Bill Walsh,
Thank you.
Coach Bill Walsh, culture
Sir.
precedes positive results. It doesn't get tacked on as an afterthought on your way to the victory stage.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker. And if speakers, I think we've got up to 38 or so here. I don't know. Who's our last speaker? 36? 36. Okay, if speakers 37 through 45 or so would come on up. Yes, sir. Ma'am. Go ahead.
My name is Catherine. I'm here to speak on behalf of a non-NES elementary school employee who is not able to speak for fear of retribution. This person states, It is sad seeing how popular the small bottles of water are becoming on our campuses. Many students are not drinking a full bottle of water because they fear they will need to go to the restroom, and restroom policies limit the number of times a child may use the restroom during instruction. A child from elementary school should not have to go to the doctor because of dehydration or a UTI. They should not be having anxiety because there is a limit of bathroom passes and it can only be used for emergencies. A child will not give the test scores that Mr. Miles is looking for if they are constantly anxious about bathroom limitations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Adolphe Trudeau, HISD parent. Thank you for allowing us all to speak. Representative Campo, thank you for your question last November to Mr. Miles regarding the nature of the numbers of TWA. I noticed that on those numbers, there wasn't a citation, nor were those slides included in the public packet, so we can't actually examine those. The thing that I really noticed about it that struck me is that we compared at-risk students in Houston in columns titled Hispanic and Black, but our at-risk students, we compared them to the nation as a whole. We didn't compare them to people who are like them, other at-risk students. When we compare that, it paints a picture of HISD as being a system that's in dire need of strengthening. It paints a picture of a failing system. But what we have is actually a system that has been performing better than that picture is. It needs a hand up, not a beat down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Miles. I'm Jeff Waltman, father of 3 HISD students from 1st to 6th grade, and naysayer number 37 of 150 here and many, many, many more elsewhere. How you holding up? I've never spoken like this at a public meeting, but I'm here now to express in person my dismay at the principal proficiency screener, an appraisal tool that's been used to threaten the termination of a large number of administrators across the district, including from some of the highest performing schools in the system. Considering your obligation to governance, it is baffling to me that such a tool could be in use with neither your approval nor the DAC's consultation. I urge you to call a halt to it before we are decimated by the loss of our children's best and bravest advocates. The time to act is now.
Thank you.
Now for something completely different. My name is Steve Carpentier. I stand here today before you not just as a teacher, but also as a survivor of an assault that occurred within the walls of our educational institutions, an assault triggered by the mere enforcement of district policy regarding cell phone usage. My experience is not an isolated incident, but rather a symptom of a much larger issue plaguing our schools, the unchecked presence of cell phones in our classrooms. As educators, it is our responsibility to foster an environment conducive to learning where students and teachers alike feel safe and respected. Yet the persuasive presence of cell phones has disrupted this delicate balance. They are not just a distraction, they are potential catalysts for violence, as evidenced by my own traumatic experience. Today, I implore the board to take decisive action to ensure the safety of our students and educators. I urge you to implement an immediate ban on cell phones across all HISD campuses. This is not a decision made, but rather out of necessity for the preservation of a conducive learning environment.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. I think we're on number, yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Meghna Goswami, and my son is a freshman at Carnegie Vanguard High School. I am here in support of Principal Moss and his exemplary leadership in shepherding Carnegie Vanguard High School since its founding 20 years ago. Mr. Moss is responsible for ensuring that CVHS has consistently remained one of the top schools in the state and one of the best public schools in the nation. I'm so thankful that my son has had the privilege of attending a school that he dearly loves, a school that challenges him, keeps him engaged, and brings out the best in him. In my professional career, my job is to look for bright spots in complex spaces and explore whether they can be replicated or scaled. It is my sincere hope that we can lift up Principal Moss and many other principals in high-performing schools, their leadership style, to examine aspects of his leadership and their leadership that can be imbibed by schools across HISD and the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bhargav Goswami. My son is a 9th grader at Carnegie Vanguard High School. I am here today to voice my support for Principal Moss, who has for the past 20 years led the leading school in HISD. I have worked in healthcare for 22 years. In healthcare institutions, programs that perform better than the norm are sought out to learn from them, and their staff and leaders are rewarded. Patients are at the center of the work that we do, and patient outcomes drive everything. Within education, we must center our work around students. By all standards, whether it is test scores, college admissions, or others, Carnegie has one of the best outcomes in the state for students, if not in the country. Principal Moss is an example to the country. Please let him and others like him continue to do their excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Oh, great.
Testing. Okay. Good evening. My name is Michelle Colvard, and as a lifelong reader and parent of an avid reader as well, and HISD student, some of my happiest memories involved my school library. I feel strongly with every fiber of my being that you don't teach kids how to enjoy books and reading by getting rid of librarians for all but the most affluent schools and turning school libraries into detention centers. Second, using growth scores as a sole pathway to terminate principals is a misuse of this tool. Student growth is an important metric and provides great insight, but a sole emphasis on one growth metric is fundamentally flawed and ignores that some schools may be highly effective but reflect less gain. For example, students who are already performing well above other students will not show the amount of growth that you would expect. Further, testing conditions were disparate for several schools because they lacked adequate heating. Assessing student growth is an important diagnostic and learning tool, but provides only one part of the picture. The consequences of using this single metric as a high-stakes hammer are huge for principals, teachers, and students, unfair, and contributes to a climate of fear and mistrust.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Tricia.
I think it's on. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Tricia Wycliffe. I'm a taxpayer and parent to 4 students in HISD. My children have been well educated in HISD schools, but I am abundantly aware that that has not been the case for all. With apprehension, I was hopeful that effective change could bring necessary improvements to DNF-rated campuses. I took Mr. Miles at his word that he was not going to upset the apple cart. The schools doing a good job would be left alone. Mr. Miles, the apple cart is upset. Current behavior and actions by you are beyond the scope of your assignment and causing real damage. You are no longer focusing on your efforts on the DNF-rated schools and SPED. The exit criteria is your charge. Please focus your time, energy, and dollars where it is actually needed. Our most vulnerable kids are not benefiting from an unclear, inconsistent, and unfair staff evaluation process. All you are accomplishing is an inconsistent, a race to mediocrity. You will continue to erode public trust and enthusiasm at every level.
Thank you.
Kate Wong. I'm a parent to 3 children at both Harvard Elementary and Hogg Middle School. No one from HISD Library Services is returning next year, and there will be 2 coordinators who will oversee libraries at the district level. Therefore, the Name That Book program is at risk. Name That Book has been around for over 51 years. Overall, we had 600 middle school students participate at the district level this year, and locally at Hogg, 100 students signed up and 60 students competed at the school level. It is in the best interest of the students in HISD to make sure our district continues Name That Book, which cultivates a sense of community among the competitors and helps to build their confidence and sense of self. The students must do an in-depth exploration into the list of books, and working together as a club fosters teamwork as they recognize the skills and strengths each team member brings to the table. Literacy is sparked even more deeply because students read books from genres they might not otherwise read, and new worlds and meaningful connections are created for students. Name That Book Club provides the challenge of a competition to students who are more active who may not have the opportunity to compete in sports or music.
Thank you. If we could have speakers 45 through 55 come on up. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes,
Hi.
ma'am.
My name's Jessica Mouton. I'm the mother of a 4th and 5th grader at a non-NES school. And so far, our school has been untouched. What brought me here today is that I see schools that are performing well at risk for deteriorating, and that alerts me to the possibility of our school that is amazing also deteriorating at a moment's notice. And so I just wanted to speak on behalf of parents who are sort of sitting on the sidelines but worried and scared for their children's leaders, the ones who are educated.
Thank you. And I think we skipped Ms. Sampson. I think we skipped you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon or evening. I'm actually here to talk about the board agenda item number 1 about the board audit. The first thing I wanted to remind everybody is in June of this year, there was detailed discussion by very specific people on this board in front of us about the fiscal cliff that was impending. So it's not a surprise now that it seems like we're trying to make this a big surprise that we've got to make all these cuts because there's a fiscal cliff. However, in the month following that discussion about the fiscal cliff, this board voted to give Mr. Miles a checkbook full of $1 million blank checks to be used at his will without approval from the board. $470,000 was spent on.
Thank you, ma'am.
And it goes on and on. The audit needs to go beyond just the numbers that you're looking at. We have
Thank you, ma'am.
spending money on
Ma'am, thank you.
that are
Ma'am,
ridiculous.
thank you. Our next speaker, number 46. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Pretorius, and I'm a parent of 2 elementary school students. I'm here to speak on behalf of a high school teacher who is not able to speak tonight for fear of retribution. The person states, many high school teachers have been told they are severely lacking in Domain 2 of the district's spot observation form. Domain 2 focuses on instruction. What is more likely that teachers at schools like Carnegie, DeBakey, Lamar, and HSPVA have suddenly forgotten how to teach, or that the form is deeply flawed. Spot observations last 5 to 10 minutes, yet numerous aspects of Domain 2 require the observer to be present an entire class. For instance, how can a teacher prove students read, write, discuss, and think the entire lesson when the observer is only present for a fraction of it? The evaluation system used by Superintendent Miles sets schools and teachers up to fail. Like a student said, this will sink the Titanic. If you need sports analogy to understand it, Miles, you're getting.
And lastly, please be a better human.
Next speaker, thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Heather Golden, and I'm the mother of 2 students attending 2 different HISD high schools. I've been actively engaged in district matters throughout their academic journey. I'm a member of PTOs, SDMCs, and DAC. Despite my initial hope for positive change with the state intervention, I'm now disheartened by recent developments. In short, I've lost trust in the HISD administration. The issue of principal evaluations weighs heavily on my mind. I've delved into the details and can confidently assert that the current system is unjust and to our school leaders. While evaluations are vital, fairness is paramount to retain our top talent. Otherwise, we risk losing them to neighboring districts, hindering HISD's progress in eliminating multi-year failing campuses. We need an independent review of all evaluation systems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Norelis Rodriguez. I am the parent of 2 students in HISD, and I am here today to denounce an illegal, non-statutory compliant, non-board approved evaluation tool that is currently being used to evaluate principals, APs, and teachers in HISD. I urge you, this board, to call for an independent third-party review of all evaluation systems. While effective leaders inspire others to follow, Mr. Miles has focused on creating a culture of fear and despair. Instead of lifting struggling schools, he is trying to bring the entire district down. He has lost the trust of this community, and you, the Board of Managers, should not abdicate your power to do what is right for all students. Stand up and speak out against this injustice. We pay your salary, and you, the BOM, should make sure he does the job that he is here supposed to do.
Thank you. Our next speaker number 49. Ms. Moore.
Is my mic on? Thank you. Dr. Denise Wilborn, I came prepared tonight to speak on Agenda Item 9, the proposed policy to abolish our dyslexia specialist. One of our student speakers addressed that concern thoughtfully and thoroughly. Instead, I speak with a broken heart to hear the heartfelt words of a brave, articulate student share with you that because the libraries are closed, therefore the books are closed, therefore his book club is closed, breaks my heart. Books, whole books, not snippets. Books stir imagination, open up thoughts, open minds, and open opportunities. Bring back access to books. Bring back our librarians. Bring back the joy of learning. Bring back, yes,
Thank you,
the
ma'am.
joy of reading and learning.
Thank you. You may have skipped Lynn Moore. Speaker number 49, Lynn Moore. Okay. I think we're up to speaker number 51. And if the next several speakers don't mind coming up, appreciate it. Please go ahead.
My name is Nico Abazajian. I'm a second-year teacher. Over the summer, the principal I love was replaced with a man who believes a crown sits above his face. Sharpstown got a petty principal who pushes poorly parsed policies and doesn't understand pedagogy, destroys our community. We have English language learners and immigrants with interrupted learning, people with which your cookie-cutter system doesn't fit. I must insist that my principal be considered among the worst, for screaming at children, for harassing staff, for making our workplace hostile, for letting SPED fall out of compliance, for restricting human rights. This guy didn't let kids use the bathroom during class time, so they peed and bled on themselves. My school has become a hell. The staff and students don't feel well, and my principal wasn't even on the bad principals list. The metric for which are undefined. Show us whatever records and files, but I know it's because they didn't suck up to the tyrant Mike Miles, because my principal did. So on the grounds of incompetence and being improper, consider firing my principal, Mr. Cotter, and then resign. Before you, we were doing fine. Last year, I didn't have to inform my principal that he was committing crimes.
Our next speaker, speaker number 52.
Hi,
I'm Lynn Moore, HISD parent. Top priorities for our students' success: social emotional development, mental health, inclusion, and safety. Not only have you failed to address any of these, but you lead by fear, perpetuating a punitive and uncertain environment. At any time on any given day, strangers will enter our children's classroom communities, disrupting the learning environment with checklists. On one of the days this occurred, my 5th grade daughter told me that afternoon an adult man came and sat his butt down on my work, on my desk, when I was asking the teacher for help. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't because I was afraid. She was afraid. I came here to give my daughters a voice because you refused to give them one. This district of innovation more closely resembles a district of castration, where anyone who does not echo you will be eliminated at any time. If you're going to call in half your principals, it should be the Super Bowl halftime speech of a lifetime where you are talking them up because they are going into AP exams, finals, STAR tests, but instead you tell your star quarterback to leave the game. What kind of leadership is that? And who should be put on notice here? Thank you. Mr. Rosno.
I think we've all heard the football analogy, so let's review our midseason record. Our culture is shot. Twice as many teachers left HISD this year. We're losing our fan base. 28% of student families have transferred out. Our reputation is in shambles. I've lost count of the negative stories. That impacts not only those that rely on HISD to educate our children, but also the companies that count on next generation workforce. The fact is, we're not talking about football. We're talking about our children. School administrators and teachers are the foundation of our city, and they should be treated with respect and professionalism. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Carmen Nuncio, and I've been a volunteer with HISD for 47 years. I am really scared for our principals right now. Our principals should not be worried about their job. They should not be worried about whether they're going to have a job next week, next month, or next year. It seems like, Mr. Miles, you're targeting the schools that are doing well. Burbank Middle School has been a really good school, and yet the principal there is threatened for his job. I don't understand what you're doing to our schools. I'm just so scared for our principals and our teachers. Everybody is yelling and screaming, we need to get rid of Miles. And people are saying, that's impossible. If history has taught us anything, nothing is impossible.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Yes, ma'am.
Mic check, mic check. Closed session, item A. We used the magnet system after 5 years at our struggling neighborhood school, where chronic campus instability left my kids with serious learning gaps. So it kills me that the educational instability we experienced is now the superintendent's HR strategy. High staff turnover directly affects and hurts HISD kids at struggling schools, at every school. And putting staff on notice using changing unapproved metrics is sloppy management with badly collected and unverifiable data. Veteran teachers are receiving low scores, and neither they or their principals can appeal, even if they have proof that the scores are wrong. Instruct the superintendent to stop using unapproved screeners and mysterious evaluation criteria. And if you want shorter meetings, show that you care, that he has doubled down on destabilizing our schools. He cares and making work harder for our teachers.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And ma'am, go ahead. That's fine. Please go ahead.
My name is Becky Seabrook. I'm a parent, a former classroom teacher, and a senior fellow in Houston's American Leadership Forum, trying to learn to speak the language. The end of the season is near, and the playoffs are just around the corner. But the training room's been shut down, the athletic trainer's been fired, and the first aid equipment is being given away. The coach seems to be using the wrong stats. He's threatening to bench the starters and put the ball boy in their place. The rest of the team is exhausted from the relentless drills and constantly having to fight for their positions. They're ready to walk off the field. Now the coach says there's no money for uniforms, for referees, and the parents are getting pretty upset. We're not willing to stay on the sidelines any longer. Maybe it's time for the athletic directors to sit down with the coach and ask him why he seems to keep trying to throw the game.
Thank you. And I'd like to... Sorry, I'm trying to break in here. Representative Jarvis Johnson has joined us. If why don't you go ahead? You're already up here. Go ahead and speak, please. And then, if you'd like to speak, go ahead.
Hello. I'm a parent of an HISD elementary school student and a former SDMC member for her school. My child's MAP score showed a negative growth on a day when many sat shivering taking a test. From the principal evaluation rubric and proficiency screening, I understand that based on my child's negative growth, she does not meet the targeted growth and would result in 0 points being attributed. While I appreciate that HISD absolutely must do better to achieve student success, I have serious concerns that there are flaws in the proficiency screening and evaluation system that has been developed. You see, the negative growth cannot be taken in isolation. It has to be taken in consideration in evaluating her principal in the context of her actual achievement. It has to be considered in conjunction with her 99th percentile beginning of year achievement, which has dropped to an abysmal 98%. A proficiency screening that allocates 0 points, as this one does.
Thank you. Representative. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening. I'm State Representative Jarvis Johnson, to Superintendent Miles, to the board. Let me thank all of you for taking upon this job that you have undertaken to help this school district. But this is one of the toughest jobs in the world when it comes to teachers. And I stand before you because of the hundreds of calls that I've gotten from my parents that are in my district that talk about what's wrong with the district. And they ask me, how can we fix it? And I don't know. I don't even know what HISD is doing right now. And when you understand that perception is reality, then the perception is that HISD is doing a horrible job because you're not communicating with the parents. You're not, the educators don't understand from day to day how to operate. And while the board has been appointed, you still have an obligation to the residents and the voters of this city to do a job and listen to their voices. They're not here screaming for no reason. They're screaming. Contrary to probably the popular belief, everybody wants to see you succeed, Superintendent Miles, but you have to listen to the voices that are here, not simply the people who appointed you. So again, thank you for taking upon this job. Those of you who are here, I know you very well, you're all friends, but let's continue to do the work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miles. Thank you for the work you guys do. I look forward to being able to have dialogue with you in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. As a parent deeply invested in the future of our children, I stand before you to address grave concerns regarding the principal evaluation system. First, let's address legality. The system in place was never formally approved prior to the school year's commencement. While a draft was greenlit, Subsequent unapproved revisions have been implemented. It's imperative to acknowledge that retroactive application of these revisions is not legally sound. Second, fairness is paramount. The competitive atmosphere instilled by this system breeds unhealthy tension among team members. It's evident that those labeled as low performing will inevitably face consequences for not aligning with the predetermined vision of the new education system rather than being assessed objectively. Lastly, transparency is lacking in the metrics used for evaluation. Without clear guidelines, how can we ensure accountability and improvement? Our principals deserve a system that empowers growth, not confusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hi. My name is Christine Hurley. I'm the mother of 2 HISD students, an executive board member of our PTO, and a member of our SDMC. My daughter, a current second grader, asked me to share the sign with you while I speak. It's imperative that we address the concerning discrepancies and lack of adherence to laws and policies by Superintendent Miles that have arisen under his appointed leadership, particularly regarding the principal evaluation tool. The failure to provide detailed information at the beginning of the year is not just a procedural misstep, it's a legal requirement. By neglecting this obligation, Superintendent Miles has compromised the transparency and fairness of the evaluation process, leaving principals in the dark about the criteria by which they are being assessed. The inclusion of the proficiency screener without proper notice bypassed the necessary channels and violated the law by excluding the board, the SDMCs, and the DAC. Such disregard for protocol undermines the integrity of our educational system and erodes trust among the community, which is vital if you hope a desperately needed bond will pass this fall. So far,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Mic
Yes,
on?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good. My name is Arnetta Murray. I am not only a special ed teacher in HISD, I'm a councilwoman in Brazoria County. I'm a community activist, and I'm here on behalf of our teachers. Let's be very clear. They matter, they're important, and doing the best that they can. Now, I'm so grateful what you've done with the special ed department, making sure they get a little cushion, but make sure that that spot review for the special ed really hits what special ed is doing. Number 2, our teachers are working hard, diligently, in an environment that's nervous and uncomfortable. That's not fair. Then the last thing, it's a travesty to want a non-degree uncertified teacher with our students. You would not go to a doctor that wasn't certified, so why would you do this to our students? That being said, I respect you guys because I like respect as well, but please know that we don't want our students to be underserved, done any kind of way. Let's stop it and let's love on our kids and make sure we're here for the students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Peggy Chrisman. I'm a parent in HISD. I'm speaking today about the district's evaluation of teacher quality of instruction. At non-NES schools, teachers report getting poor ratings on spot check evaluations unless the evaluators observe these teachers using the district's NES slides and scripts. The result is that now all of our schools are under enormous pressure to be de facto NES aligned. Our teachers lack the autonomy they deserve to be creative and engaging, and morale is suffering. The fact that so many people stand up at these meetings to speak on behalf of a teacher who fears retribution should be a wake-up call to this board. I urge the board to do an investigation of how things are going that is confidential and independent of the administration. Mr. Miles will leave Houston sooner or later, but you will remain in our communities. Please intervene before the harm to our schools. Please intervene before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
Good
ma'am.
evening. My name is Angelica Sullivan, and I'm a parent of 2 HISD students and a product of HISD schools. I am well aware of the longstanding inequities and flaws within our school system. I have personally witnessed my own children being affected by some of these shortcomings. While I am open to change, improvements, and innovations, I do not believe that NES or charter schools or vouchers, for that matter, are the solutions. The evaluations of principals, assistant principals, teachers, all of the staff lack transparency and consistency, and the proficiency screener does not align with the board's own metrics. It seems that the real intention behind NES is to remove strong leaders and dedicated teachers in favor of compliant individuals, ultimately weakening our diverse and dynamic schools. Instead of intimidating and undermining our current principals and teachers, we should be supporting those who are truly passionate and committed to our students.
Eric Emerson, greetings on behalf of the Houston Urban Debate League. We're a nonprofit 501c3 whose job is to build, support, and sustain debate programs in the city of Houston. I'm here to talk about the fact that the reports are we're going to cut debate budgets and cut debate stipends in a way that perhaps is going to undermine the educational well-being of our students. Simply put, debate is a powerful tool. It teaches leadership, it teaches advocacy, it gives students a voice in a way that no other activity does. And we work as a public-private partnership that enhances the investments that HISD does. And even studies done by us over the stipends that we currently give out show that the data indicates that we can solve all college readiness benchmarks. That's things from truancy to improved standardized test scores in math and sciences. And this is an investment that provides long-term educational opportunities to the kids. And we give them a free week at summer camp. We give them opportunities for scholarships, city championships. And if you cut the budget for the stipends, our lesson is that in 2008, when we didn't have these stipends, no school in HISD had debate. The only one that did was Bel Air, and it was rich. And that's the only reason why. You're making tough decisions.
Thank you.
We're going to support you. It's a good investment that we can support.
Thank you. If speakers, I think we're about to 66, so if those speakers
I'm
following.
62.
Yeah, I think we've got,
All right.
those of y'all will come up, that'd be great. Yes, ma'am,
My
go
kid
ahead.
made this. I am an HISD librarian, but more importantly, I am an HISD parent. And my child and all HISD children deserve access to libraries. Quality library programs. This isn't about my job. I can find a job in another district. This is about the future for our children. They don't have a choice to find another school that has libraries if you take them all away. This is not about my job. This is about achieving equitable access to information, building a culture of reading in the schools, supporting lifelong learning, creating engaged, informed citizens. Libraries are the foundation of democracy. The first thing dictators do when taking over is close all the libraries. I, for one, want the best education for all children in HISD, and that's
Thank you.
fully funded library programs run by certified librarians.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Go ahead.
I'm Dr. Johanna Luttrell. I have a child, he has special needs in HISD. We had the experience of having an ARD at two separate schools. The first school we did ARD with, they had just had turnover of their principal and their SPED team, and it was not a good ARD. I felt a sense of dread. It was unprofessional. I don't think it was their fault, the way that they did it, but they were new at their jobs, they didn't know it, and they didn't know what to do, and because of the large turnover, it felt like they weren't, I wasn't being listened to, and my kids' needs weren't being listened to. I had an experience, a different experience of an ARD at a school where the principal had been there, had been established. She was there. The SPED team had been there and been established. They were there. It was great. My son's doing great now. I felt listened to. I felt like we came up with a good plan for my son together, and I felt like the school had a culture of support, and that was directed by the principal. So I ask you to reconsider this destabilization.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes. I'm Sandra Rodriguez, and I'm the Advocacy Director at Latinos for Education. First, just a reminder that agendas and meeting packets should be available in Spanish ahead of the meeting for Spanish-speaking families who want to engage in school board meetings. We recently surveyed 400 parents and educators to hear their thoughts about bilingual education and family engagement. As a result, and not surprising, Latino parents want to engage and hear more from their schools and district, which they view as an essential to their students, to their children's success. 87% said they want to be kept informed about school board meetings and events. There is strong and broad support among Latino parents and educators for bilingual education programs and policies, and there is overwhelming support to boost funding for bilingual and dual language programs. This helps students learning simultaneously. Also asking the administration to provide a breakdown of Latino students who took the test in English.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Heather Alexander. I'm an HISD parent, but I'm here to speak on behalf of a non-NES wraparound specialist who's not able to speak for fear of retaliation. This person states, as a parent and employee, and most of all an HISD alumni, it's so sad to see the incarceration the district has turned into. Growing up, going to school was fun. Teachers were eager to teach, and learning was engaging and creative. Now it seems all those colours have turned black and white. My dream was to become a teacher at HISD. I'm a wraparound who is sadly picking up the pieces of the disaster Mike Miles has created. As a child who grew up in Title I schools and low-income communities, I can tell you, Mr. Miles, this is not how we will get the results you claim to be looking for. And speaking for myself, board members, our voting rights have been removed, but you can hear the voices of this community, and we ask you to act now.
Thank you.
Next speaker. What number are we on? Who's our next speaker?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, or evening, whatever. I'm Brandy Dowda, and here to speak on agenda item 11 regarding bullying. Regarding the bullying amendment and responsibilities of the superintendent, part of the new language reads, with an awareness that declines in the count may represent not only improvements because bullying declines, but also because of a decline in openness to report bullying incidents. I'm not afraid of you, Mr. Miles, but I fear for our students. Should the largest bully on the playground really be the one monitoring the bullying? Threatening principals and wiping out the entire Central Division of Library Services the Friday before spring break? Those are the acts of a bully, as is terminating teachers exercising their right to free speech. I call on the board to have the courage to stand up and say to Mr. Miles, enough.
Yes, sir.
As an HISD parent, I voiced concerns over the poor quality instruction and associated principal evaluations. My second grader has returned home frequently complaining how school has become increasingly boring and how little he is learning. This has directly coincided with the curriculum shift to mandated computer-based learning. I personally find this curriculum encourages mindless clicking without any concept retention. Software suppliers have told me that this isn't being applied as intended. My child's own feedback is that interaction is more exciting and challenging. His teacher and principal fearfully shy away, saying they are required by the administration to enforce this curriculum. His principal is one of the most genuine, transparent, patient, intelligent, and benevolent humans I have ever met, so I incredulously read that she is in need of improvement. These evaluations clearly do not correlate with the high-performance learning. I ask that metrics be logically and fairly assigned that target actual education.
Thank you.
Hello, can I pause the clock, please? If you have your handouts with you, if you can look for this one, please. It has a visual of class sizes and
Ma'am,
Zoom.
Please, you can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Miles, are you wearing your prediction ring necklace today? Well, I'm wearing mine. I thought you'd be wearing yours. Board of Managers, Mr. Miles talks about his prediction ring. He talked about it at the Straight from the Source performance on November 15th, where he also talked about class sizes. He showed a picture of third feature schools where class sizes are 50. And then he showed a picture of a teacher teaching 2 classes, one synchronized, so one in person and then one through Zoom. So if we add that 50 and 50, that's 100 kids for one teacher, right? Is that good math? So I wanted to see if that's what you feel is a high quality education, because he said, here, we can do both. It's time you said enough. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Summers. I'm a CEO in the energy industry here in Houston, and perhaps more importantly, I'm the chairman of the Houston Urban Debate League. Huddle, nonprofit organization here, has been working in partnership with HISD for over 10 years. And as Eric mentioned, 10 years ago when that started, there was one school in the program which had debate. Since then, there have been hundreds of students that have been served by the program. 2 years ago, our first national champions were crowned. The only urban debate league in the country I know of where that's occurred. We raise annually in partnership not only with HISD, but also with the Harris County Department of Education, the University of Houston. We raise over $100,000 a year, $25,000 of which goes to scholarships to the kids within HISD to go to college. None of that is possible without the teachers, the stipend those teachers provide. So we urge you, please keep those stipends in place. Please continue to support debate, and we would love the opportunity to meet with you and share the data.
Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to acknowledge the concern and the support in this room for the principals, the assistant principals, and the NAS teachers facing potential removal for the proficiency screener misuse. I would like you to know that their voice and their presence are valued, and I would like you to all stand with me, physically or remotely, in a moment of silence to all of those that are affected that cannot share their voice. Board of Managers, I would like you to take the widespread note of the widespread support that you see here today and seriously consider those that are impacted today and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. I am a 15-year HISD parent, have been a member of 4 SDMCs, and I'm currently a superintendent-appointed member of the DAC. I'm here to talk about LEAD version 5 and particularly the proficiency screener, both of which I believe violate Texas law. I have sent something to each of you about that, and I hope you will consider it tonight. I also raised these issues with Mr. Miles at the DAC meeting. He dismissed it as misinformation, confusion, just a draft or not even from HISD, and suddenly I got it. This is an HISD document, and it is what was shown to principals. It's both wrong and it's illegal, and it can't just be avoided by saying, but we can fire everybody for without cause. I have lost trust in something that I greatly supported. I ask that you take action.
Thank you. And if speakers 80 through 90 would please come on up. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Okay. My son went to an elite private school from ages 4 to 12. At first, it was a good experience, but then the board membership and focus changed. Their main concern became recruiting high net worth families. The environment grew toxic. My son said he needed out and wanted to try public school. He has been attending public school for 3 years now. The quality of the teachers at these schools have been equally as impressive as the private school. The curriculum has been great as well. My son has been able to meet and go to school with a diverse group of students. The public school experience for us has been very positive. Superintendent House was in charge during our first years. I noticed how he focused on stabilizing the school system post-pandemic. Many teachers exited the profession during the pandemic, and I was pleased to see the stability in the schools when we arrived. Stability is not a goal of Mike Miles and the BOM. All of you have to do is look at the principals who wound up on the list of poor performance. They are, of course, leading our top schools in HISD. If they are not able to meet the solution,
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Marla Pierce. I'm the parent of a kindergartner. I've been thrilled to drop off my child to school each day this year. Every interaction that I've had with our school has impressed me, from the crossing guards to the office staff to the leadership to the volunteers to my child's teachers. The level of positivity, commitment to excellence, and community support that I see every day does not just happen spontaneously. It is the direct result of the work of a great leader. The current system for principal evaluation lacks transparency and starkly conflicts with what we see as parents in this community day in and day out. The growth of our administrators and teachers should be supported and their achievements should be celebrated. Instead, they are met with threats. I fear that HISD is at risk of losing some of its most valuable talent, which would in turn put the stability of the entire district at risk. I'd like to call for a halt to the current principal evaluation tool. Thank you.
I think we're on speaker 82.
I am floored by the stories that I have heard of bullying and abuse in HISD this year. An NES fifth grader ran away and then started stabbing himself with a pencil because he didn't want to go back inside that building. An NES first grader saying he didn't want to live. An NES 6-year-old got a UTI and then admitted to her mom that she's been eating and drinking less so she doesn't have to go to the bathroom during class. An NES middle school counselor overwhelmed with more students having panic attacks than she's ever seen before. 3 NES high schoolers reporting having suicidal thoughts for the first time. An HISD teacher went into psychiatric outpatient therapy only to be told that there has been a revolving door of HISD teachers there this year. You have the power to stop this bullying and abuse. Please do so before you have blood on your hands.
Our next speaker is speaker 81. Oh, go ahead.
I think you're out of order. Hi, my name is Mindan Tran, and I'm a teacher in HISD, speaking on behalf of another teacher who wishes to remain anonymous because the retaliation is real. This teacher says, many of the other speakers here will chastise you and complain to you about changes they feel uncomfortable with, but I want to praise Ms. Naiman, your Chief of Human Resources, for her defense of the employee evaluation proposition and the new compensation plan you'll be considering. It takes a great deal of courage to openly declare in the Houston Chronicle that despite the same requirements for after-school practice, weekend tournaments, and travel as sports and the fine arts, Houston ISD believes stipends for coaching students in robotics, math, speech, debate, and other academically inclined pursuits to be quote-unquote nickel and diming the district for quote-unquote working just a little extra. I'm impressed. Thank you so much for how you value your academic extracurricular activities for your students.
Next speaker. I think some folks got out of order, but I think we're on speaker number 81. Is that our next speaker? I have Aparna Jatwani, 82.
She's 82.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you.
I'm a parent of 2 students in HISD who have now been in school for over a decade. They're both at Carnegie right now. Personally, I'm also a product of public schools. So our principal, among others, being on a list or being ranked underperformed is worrisome, and I think a sign of flaws in the current leadership and evaluation system. HISD should not cut from non-NES schools and libraries to improve those schools in need. This is robbing Peter to pay for Paul. We should instead be encouraging each other to lift each other up and build one another up. I don't understand the point of the takeover. I worry this is a Trojan horse effort to hurt public schools. Principals should not be taking the fall for the real problem, which is a lack of funding. And HISD schools deserve equitable access to providing an education for all our kids. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Zoe McCoy. I'm a native Houstonian, HISD alum, daughter of a retired HISD school teacher, the parent of an HISD student. I also have a master's in educational psychology, and I work with children and families professionally. I received an excellent education in HISD, but fear at this point that my son will not have the same experience moving forward. I am deeply worried by what I've seen under this administration. Policy changes in direct contradiction to evidence-based practices are occurring weekly, with little oversight and with profound consequences for our school communities. The application of the principal evaluation system is the most recent egregious example. The lead system and proficiency screener were created hastily, not finalized and approved by the board, have changed multiple times in a few months, and the included metrics are not consistent. Given that leaders of many of the highest achieving schools in HISD, schools that routinely win awards, have high graduations and high-performing students were not deemed proficient, you cannot deny that there are serious flaws in the foundation of this evaluation.
Thank you.
Okay, many students at Madison said school felt like a prison. Now, you know that wasn't just about cell phones, right? I'm sure the lack of functioning libraries contribute to that feeling. Libraries serve as a hub of the campus where students can explore new ideas, expand their creativity, develop critical thinking abilities through diverse media such as books, digital content, workshops, seminars, educational programs. Clubs focus on various interests like literature or robotics, which in turn can foster collaboration through their peers. Please reconsider having a functioning library at every school. I'm also troubled by the potential impact on fine art programs as well. Please continue to fund them. Do not change the teacher pay scales or deny them stipends when they earn with hours of additional preparation and practice with students. Our students deserve the best, not just worksheets and busy work. We need creativity.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm speaking to third grade progress measures, specifically the question, how does lack of access to pre-K impact these scores? And then also the question, what pre-K programs are white affluent parents choosing? I think I'm who you want to talk to. I'm white, affluent enough, and expecting my third child. So I too am thinking about pre-K. And I don't know what kind of kids y'all are raising or you guys, but I'm raising doctors. So I sent my first 2 kids to HISD pre-K. I will not send this child to HISD pre-K. I'm worried it would have a negative effect on my child. A poor child does not need a different sort of pre-K than my child. What they need are hours and hours of play, art, music, time outside. That is the program I will choose. Worksheet and lectures are what I will reject. The circle test is what I will reject. A shift to respecting the childhood of Houston children.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ana Maria Nicolae, Houston ISD parent.
Dear Superintendent Miles, dear board, you two were teenagers once, and you two wanted to find that group of teenagers that were like you, that you felt you truly, really belonged. And you two had a teacher or a principal in your life that greatly affected your growth, that greatly contributed to who you were as a student, as a human being, and who knew you by your name. My daughter has found her tribe at Carnegie Vanguard High School. She's thriving, but she's worried because she found out that her principal, Mr. Moss, is an underperforming principal, and I'm at a loss for words because I cannot explain why this is it. Because we knew that Carnegie is a top-ranked school, and in the past 20 years of exceptional leadership, Mr. Moss has built a school she has greatly benefited. Please continue allowing him and all the other principals to continue their work, because Carnegie is number 35.
Thank you. I believe we're on speaker number 90, but if we've skipped somebody. 89. 86, yes, sir. Sir, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Hunter, and I'm here as a concerned citizen to speak on behalf of all HISD teachers, principals, and administrators that fear getting fired just for speaking at a board meeting. To all teachers, principals, and administrators of HISD, Dictator Miles wants you to think he can silence you by firing you or threatening to fire you simply for speaking at a board meeting. Well, the community has a right to know how this dictator is imposing unfair practices and policies on your jobs and in your classrooms. Write this email address down, firemikemiles@yahoo.com. If you will email your complaints to me, I, along with other members of the community, will continue coming to these board meetings and speak on your behalf, since Dictator Miles can't fire the community. Parents, continue making enrollment numbers go down by taking your kids to other school districts or stay home until Miles goes home. Finally, Miles, quit telling us that it's irresponsible to keep them at home. It's irresponsible for you to destroy this school district.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. And if speakers 90 and on, 90 to 100 or so, wouldn't mind coming forward, appreciate that. Yes, sir.
My name is Al Durrell, and I am a parent of a 13-year-old special education student in HISD. I have sent in the last week emails to each of you. I got 7 identical responses saying that you don't have time to respond. I did get a response from Rolando Martinez, which made it clear that you did read my email. It's appreciated. I also got one from Adam Ravon. I appreciate it, but you directed me to watch the press conference from the other day, which I did, which was not helpful. What I heard in that conference was you saying that your LEADS program is legal. It is not. And I have printed out all of the legal reasons why. I also happen to be an attorney. This has been distributed. The board services director said that they have received a copy. I have 10 here if you want them. You need to understand why you've broken the law. And I'm going to say to end here, it does not go unnoticed, man to man, that when you shake your head in disapproval, it's always been to a woman tonight.
Thank you. I think we're on speaker number 91. I'm sorry, we're on speaker 91, Sophie Grace Rojas. No? Jane Frio? Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Jane Frio, parent, and speaking on progress monitoring agenda item. The math and reading data the analysis mentions that high quality instruction could be a root cause of the scoring, which now I understand may not even be an accurate reflection. But it doesn't address how to improve some of the metrics for the demographics, including students with disabilities. And I think you're, as a board, are owed some answers Special education, by its legal definition, is specially designed instruction, and that's what the administration should be focusing on to address the past special ed documented failings. And that would be a much higher bar than the compliance metrics that the superintendent has set to look at the quality of that instruction. Also, I would ask that you verify the results of the test results for students with disabilities, because it is apparent from the parent community that accommodations are not happening with fidelity.
Thank you. Mr. Calzada? Speaker number 93. Or Miss?
Good evening. I'm speaking on the proficiency screening. My name is Maria Calzada, and I'm the PTO president for Carnegie Vanguard. I'm a mother of two. My son graduated from Carnegie in 2022, and our daughter is a sophomore there. My husband and I are both professionals, first-generation college graduates, and small business owners who believe in the power of public education. Excuse me. We are also 20-year Longhorn football season ticket holders, if that holds any sway with any of you. We have been at many schools in HISD, have had 9 principals until our eldest got to Carnegie Vanguard and I met Principal Ramon Moss. Now our youngest is there, so after 6.5 years, I've had the opportunity and the honor of knowing him and his faculty and staff. I can say from personal experience that they are some of the greatest people. And that comes.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Yes, sir.
Superintendent Miles, board members, I'd like to address the principal evaluation. My name is Paul Calzada. I'm a graduate of a public high school, of a public university, and of a public law school. My son, who scored a 1600 on the SAT, by the way, is a recent graduate from Carnegie High School, and my daughter's a current student there. This is my 6th consecutive year as a Carnegie parent, my 15th year as an HISD parent. I'm here because the Carnegie High School president, Principal Moss, was not ranked as proficient or exemplary in the recent principal evaluations. Superintendent Miles, you know your evaluation system is flawed. And if you don't, you should. And we're going to remind you of that for as long as you refuse to admit it. When one of the best, if not the best, principals from one of the best, if not the best, high school in this district is not ranked at the top of the evaluation system, that system's flawed. And if the system is flawed, what else are you doing that's flawed? The students, the teachers, and the staff deserve better. If you're not willing to change and do better, make room for someone who is.
Speaker 95, Ms. Perry.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Perry. I have 4 kids in HISD, and so we've been here a long time, and we have a long time yet to go. We've been through 5 superintendents, and God willing, we'll be through 6. I believed in the takeover is a positive change in HISD. I attended the Board of Managers training, wanting to sit where y'all are sitting, thinking that that could be a positive thing for me to do. But I was really hopeful and impressed with the level of professionals in the room in my cohort, and some of y'all made the Board of Managers, and that made me very excited and hopeful for the future. However, the leadership skills and policies that Superintendent Miles has enforced has made me very disappointed in the way I've seen the change implemented. Not necessarily all the change, but how it's implemented, it's not transparent. Teachers and principals are now not being treated as professional educators. They're being treated and threatened with termination for not falling in line. We need the Board of Managers to step up and support the parents and the kids. Please stand up and do the job that we've asked you to do.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Andrew Taylor. I'm a HISD parent.
The evaluation system for HISD teachers and principals is broken and contradictory. It inaccurately rates educators based on how closely they conform to a forced low-rigor lesson cycle when teaching, and gives poor ratings when students who already perform well on standardized tests do not continue to improve at the same rate as failing students. This is unreasonable to the point of being dishonest. I believe Superintendent Miles is creating an unwinnable catch-22 scenario deliberately to target any HISD teachers and principals who do not conform to his regulations. Though Mike Miles claims he wants HISD education to be equal for all students, his rigid mandates do not encourage any students to excel or think for themselves. This superintendent wasted almost $500,000 on one meeting in which busy teachers had to go to a concert hall and sit through a trite musical.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is speaker number 97. If speakers 98 through 107 or so wouldn't mind coming up, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent and Board. I'm here for the Leads agenda item. I'm here as a concerned parent of a kindergartner. We're starting with HISD, and I'm a proud HISD alum. I have deep concerns about the principals, assistant principals, and teachers who may be fired over a secret, non-board approved tool being used to assess principals. This tool directly contradicts the metrics the board approved in October. At the April 11th board meeting, you will vote to terminate assistant principals who've been told to resign next week or be terminated by you. We need a third-party independent review of all evaluation systems. Trust in Superintendent Miles in the city has been lost. Board, do not abdicate your oversight role here. I cannot support a bond under this leadership. And I want to hear from the Greater Houston Partnership, the Chamber of Commerce. We need business community, homeowners and business owners to step in here. This isn't just about parents. This is a problem for a whole city. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Pranjal Srivastava. I'm a parent of two wonderful kids who get actual high-quality education at T.H. Rogers. You talk about excellence, yet you punish top-performing principals. It's clear that you'll punish and fire principals that don't toe your line and don't follow your so-called high-quality model. In any other professional setting, this joke of an evaluation will have the entire board and their leader fired and laughed out of the door. Mr. Miles has himself said that he would be held accountable and be fired if the district doesn't improve. Mr. Miles, it's time to start looking for a new job. Board of Managers, it's still time to redeem yourself and do the right thing for your community and your kids. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
As a 28-year veteran teacher with a master's in curriculum and instruction, I'm here to speak on the Texas Academic Performance Report. This report is used at each board meeting to silence your critics. The educational gap for Black and Hispanic students is low across the country. This is due to the lack of culturally responsive curriculum and teaching, which explains why we don't see these gaps for most white students. Due to the inadequate NES curricula, we will not see any improvements in the educational gap here at HISD. HB 1605 provides districts with high-quality instructional material. The NES PowerPoints uses these resources. However, it should not be considered a scripted curriculum. They do not contain teacher guidance for differential instruction activities and or paired scaffold. Who have yet to reach proficiency in grade level content skills.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next, ma'am. 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 Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. 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 Thank you. Our next speaker is speaker number 100. Speaker number 100. Is there no speaker 100? Okay. Please go ahead.
My name is Ruth Kravitz. I'm co-founder of CVPE, parent, teacher, retired parent, teacher, administrator, and I have something to share today. Miles, today you said you're doing good trouble. Chains on library doors only in schools in black and brown neighborhoods, that's not John Lewis. Students in your NES schools with 4 different uncertified teachers in just the first semester, that's not John Lewis. I notice that your face is saying, I know the schools, please, I'll send you an email. What you're doing is wrong, and we all know it. Yates, Bel Air, Austin, we're in the house. Benavides, Helms, Betsy Ross, we're in the house. Harvard, Carnegie, Worthing, we're in the house too. Together we can fight for our schools and save them. We say no to junk science, principal and teacher evaluations. We say no to eliminating the dyslexia and library services department. We say no to students not being allowed to read novels in school. We need the checks and balances that we expect in a democracy. Governor Abbott and Mike Morath, if you are listening, please take Miles back.
Our next speaker. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Yana Candida, here to speak on item 2. No reasonable person wants to harm children, yet you, the Board of Managers, are doing that. I believe it's due to your trust in the data gathered by HISD, which are inaccurate and incomplete. Emergent bilingual students' achievements in Spanish are omitted. Surveys are carefully crafted to obtain the desired results and are not anonymous. NES school staff who either fear Mike Miles or want to please him like Cotter find ways to show outcomes he desires, e.g. not writing up disciplinary issues or using more favorable lever codes. Governor Abbott hired Superintendent Miles as a hatchet man to destroy HISD. Abbott is funded by school voucher supporter Jeff Yass and wealthy donors linked to private schools such as Leslie Doggett's, Joseph Swinbank, and Robert Clay. Mike Miles is Governor Abbott's puppet, and you are cogs in Abbott's machine. I appeal to your conscience as humans to fire Mike Miles. You are hurting our children.
Please go ahead.
My name is Karthik Sura, a former teacher at Eastwood. Today, I stand before you to address the deeply flawed force curve and principal evaluations. This practice not only unjustly penalizes principals who hit metrics, but it also cultivates a toxic environment where collaboration between schools is replaced with principals literally rooting for each other's failures. Superintendent Miles has condemned the leak of this information, but I would argue that this leak is the natural result of his leadership approach. When a system turns into an autocracy, silencing teachers, stifling student creativity, and dismissing parental input, it's no wonder that this culture emerges. If Superintendent Miles seeks the root of this problem, he should look in the mirror. I imagine to many of you on the board, we all just seem like a bunch of hysterical people who have created this culture that you decry. So I urge you, as the board members, to try and poll the district, poll with the Houston Landing, the Cron. This is not normal. It is not normal for elected officials to come in here and chastise you. It is not normal for students to form clubs and poll the
Thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Reese again. Mr. Miles, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. It looked delicious from the sidewalk. I came tonight as a former HISD teacher and a current Houston community organizer, and I want to speak on agenda item 11 concerning bullying. In previous years, we followed the see something, say something policy. The program held everyone responsible for opening their mouths and speaking up to say something when they saw something that was wrong, destructive, or harmful. I want to address HISD stakeholders, the students, parents, teachers, and community, to everyone sitting in this room and behind those cameras. I want to remind you of your responsibility to say something when you see something. Not only do you have the responsibility, you have the right given to you by the United States government. You have the right to assemble, organize, participate in political protest. You have the right to say no.
Board, you have the obligation to say no to harmful, destructive policies brought to our city by this man.
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm a parent of a dual language fourth grader. I'm a former PTO president and SDMC member. In today's world, and the city that we live in, dual language is a good choice for our students. Study after study has shown that students in integrated schools like dual language programming have higher test scores, more likely to graduate, stronger critical thinking, and reduced racial biases. These are hallmarks to a well-rounded education. Bilingual students are allowed to learn, when bilingual students are allowed to learn, problem solve, and do math in their own language, it levels the playing field and closes the gaps. Why would we want less of this in our community? If math is not taught in Spanish, we are not fulfilling the state requirements to meet the needs of our bilingual students. This is not happening on my campus.
Thank you. And if I can just ask that speakers, I think we're up to speaker number 106. So if speakers through 116 wouldn't mind moving up to the front, that'd be appreciated. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Erin Piper. I'm a parent of 2 HISD students, and I want to speak directly to all HISD teachers, staff, and school administrators. We parents see you. We see you doing an amazing job meeting the needs of every one of your students, all while being told that you are not doing enough. We see you show up to work every day for our kids in the face of an extremely toxic work environment that our schools have become under the current unelected superintendent. A true leader would not speak to you in a threatening and derogatory way. A true leader would line out clear expectations at the beginning of the year and maintain those same expectations throughout. A true leader would not implement a strict, universal, not to mention unproven education system in such a large and incredibly diverse district as HISD. A true leader would treat you as the professionals you are. We see that you all deserve so much better. We see what you do for our kids, and we thank you.
Thank you. I believe we're on speaker 107. Yes, ma'am.
I'm the parent of a student at one of HISD's high-performing high schools. The interim star is not a good growth measure for students who regularly score really well on the star. There are many problems, but the one that I want to focus on is that students have taken these kinds of tests, this and the mock test, as practice tests for years, since the 3rd grade, and they've never had any benefit or consequence for them. They know they don't need practice in order to meet the school's goals, so it's natural that they score higher on the real test when it matters. As a parent, I consider it a very bad thing to use bad data to tell excellent principals and teachers that they are merely progressing and might not be allowed or have to ask to keep their jobs. When your boss does not see or understand what you bring to your job, people with good social understanding know that it's time to move on. I don't want my daughter's teachers or principal to move on. They are not progressing. They are fantastic.
Thank you. Our next speaker is speaker 108, Ms. Robles. No. Speakers 109, 110? No. Okay, our next speaker 113. And then if the rest of the speakers, I believe through 118, wouldn't mind moving forward, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Veronica Cuetero. I'm a former HISD graduate, class of 2007 from Lamar. I'm a former PTO president and also a formal SDMC member. I have 3 children that are in HISD. All of them are in special ed. They go to different schools, Pin Oak Middle School, St. George Place, and Benavides. Are parents' complaints not being heard? Are the CPS cases not being seen? Are the HISD police reports not being read? Are pleas going on deaf ears? I would like an answer to all those questions. We, the parents at Benavides Elementary, urgently need your help. Once again, our school is being torn from the inside out. All of our second grade teachers are gone. They have been there for more than a decade. Enrollment rates are dropping, among other things. Please do right by us and honor what your executive director from Feeder 7, West Division, Unit 3 promised us, that she would be gone by October if she wasn't doing her job. It's now March.
Thank you.
You're a trustee, and to the rest of you, for you to know, trustees are not paid any salary. The managers are paid. They are paid to say yes to Mr. Miles. They do so quite well.
No one on this dais
Who's the
is
baby
being paid.
daddy, baby
Ma'am,
uncle
your
in the
time has
room
begun.
In our child support money, using our child support taxes for his own gain, and not a dime going for groceries for the children, not a dime going for the children's school clothes, not a dime going for the children's school supplies. Well, we know who that is. I came to speak on Teach for America. Teach for America are just as mercenary as this august board people here. They're just as mercenary. They want to have their their student loans eliminated. When they find out after they do 2 years of internship at reduced salary, and then they can't do it in art, history, or any of the others. It must be in a critical social, critical subject area. They got to do 2 more years.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker, 115. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dr. Amber Barger, a concerned taxpayer. I hold a Doctor of Education from Teachers College at Columbia University, the #1 ranked school of education in the country. I work at a global consulting firm where I advise the world's largest and most successful organizations on their people and workforce strategies. Given recent news that the esteemed leaders of HISD's flagship nationally ranked schools have been identified as poor performing, I urge you, Board of Managers, to call for a third-party independent review of all evaluation systems introduced under this leadership. From my perspective as an expert who regularly advises organizations on how to foster positive, productive workplaces that retain high and good performers, it is clear Miles is incapable of doing so. Board of Managers, we need you now. Please step up.
Thank you. Speaker 116. Yes, sir. Mr. Leader, yes, please go ahead.
All right. So Mike Miles is a petty micromanager with no documented classroom experience, but documented harm. Before being run out of town as superintendent of Dallas ISD, you slashed their SPED services, and it directly led to an increase of violent and sexual assaults on SPED students. Do you intend to continue that pattern of behavior and leadership here at HISD? Mike, do you still speak to your former chief of staff, Mr. Overton, who was sentenced to over 3 years of federal prison for taking bribes in order to pay restitution of over $700,000? He stopped being your staff in 2013, the same year you were found to have violated district policy by tampering with a witness on how a contract was awarded. Are these linked? You spent over $475,000 on a play produced by your son. Was that corruption? In 2012, Dallas ISD audit found you had deployed illegally hiring practices, such as hiring people without criminal background checks. In 2014, TA found that further violations in how you conducted background checks. Now you have hired 830 uncertified teachers. Have you done background checks at all? I don't even know.
Thank you, sir.
There is a famous saying.
Thank you, sir.
Professions are run by people.
Thank you, sir.
People at home dress.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, ma'am, please go ahead.
parent of 2 HISD students. HISD has become the research and development department for Third Future's NES curriculum. This curriculum is not a state-approved, high-quality curriculum. Why are we being forced to be the petri dish? This curriculum harms students, creates a culture of fear, and creates a new segregated system. In his previous workplaces, Miles was let go for his mismanagement of state and federal funds, high teacher turnover, and lowered enrollment. He has a pattern of failure, not success. When I look at his win-loss record, the losses are for Miles. Miles is bad for education, business, and Houston. Board of Managers, do your job.
Please go ahead, sir.
My name is Justin Steinhorst. I, like many of the parents here, have many concerns. However, I wanted to focus on one in particular, and that is the forced replacement of a dual language track at Helms and Warden Elementary Schools. These are two of the premier institutions in this district. Every year, more students apply for the dual language programs at these schools and are able to be accommodated. In contrast, the zones they occupy are very, very small, and students there have other opportunities if they want English-only education. It simply does not make business sense, or really any sense at all, to replace what is a high-demand object in that of dual language education, to replace it with a low-demand English-only track, which might not even have enough people to fill a classroom. And that's why I call on this board and its superintendent to reverse the decision to replace the dual language track and allow this school, as its desires and as this community desires, to be dual language only.
Ms. Smith, you're going to admit our Zoom speakers, please.
Margaret Gay, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
I'm turning it on, but it's not letting me. I mean, I've got it. I'm hitting it. It's boom. There we go. There we go. Now I'm double.
You're going to need to turn off your volume on your computer. Is that right, Emily? Yes.
Yeah.
And then please go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Sue Gay. I was Carnegie PTO president from 2011 to 2012. I am here to unequivocally support Principal Ramon Moss. I worked very closely with Mr. Moss on the planning, the design, and the move from Sunnyside to Midtown. This is a principal that works tirelessly for his students, his faculty, and his staff. Faculty and staff that do not leave. Parents that come back a decade later. And student success consistently off the charts say all you need to know about Principal Ramon Moss. I understand that this is not your job to evaluate principals, but you should know how it is being done. Actually, it would be good if anyone knew how it is done. A successful leader such as Ramon Moss guides and empowers. A good superintendent should not have to intimidate and threaten. Your job is to make HISD better and not stand by and watch the successful be threatened. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Benzon, please begin.
There are discrepancies between HISD's baseline data and TEA's Texas Academic Performance Report, or TAPR. I emailed the board my analysis and documentation. Goal 1, grade 3 students earning meets grade level on Reading Star. For all students, HISD reports a baseline of 41%, but TEA shows 45%. Goal 2, grade 3 students earning meets on Math Star. For all students, HISD reports a baseline of 38%, while TEA shows 42%. For special populations, almost all groups are 3 to 17 points below TEA's report from last year. The average difference in scores is about 5 points lower than TEA's report. At the October 19th board workshop, Mr. Miles said the baseline values are, quote, actual data today, but this is not what TEA has reported. I urge the board to revisit the given baselines and urge you to use accurate data. Thank you.
Ms. Lucas Roberts, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Ms. Lucas Roberts, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
I'm a proud graduate as well as my daughter, Jack Gates. Thank you. Muchas gracias, Madessa Papa, to the Board of Managers for your loyalty to your leader. You have consistently followed him regardless of where he is leading you. Your blind loyalty is supreme. Your aiding and abetting his bullying is sickening. Thank you for not thinking for yourselves, caring for our teachers, HISD personnel, and especially not caring for our most treasured assets, our scholars. As you continue to rubber stamp these heinous acts like you always do, I like to end as I always sing my song. Disrespect us, misuse us, you always ignore us. Miles on the Board of Managers, y'all don't really care about us. Thank you for all that you do.
Greg Allen, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
My name is Greg Allen, and I'm addressing this unelected sham of a board of an HIS who is afraid to speak for fear of retribution. This teacher would like to say the following. I know that many of the other speakers here this evening may declare you, the board, to be uncaring, unjust, and may continue to point out that you are unelected. However, I commend you on cutting funding for school papers, for yearbook, robotics, and student council sponsors only at NES schools this coming year. As we know, the skills involved in journalism, desktop publishing, programming, and the political process are wasted on the poor. Your heroism, your strict adherence to the strict social standards of the 1950s, and your representation of Mike Miles, who you rubber stamped, and of Mike Morath, who appointed you, will surely be celebrated for years to come. Thank you.
Yin Rabe, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Yin Rabe, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Okay, we're going to come back.
Hello, my name is Yen Rabe, and I'm an educator and the Houston area chapter leader of Start School Later. We bring awareness to teen sleep deprivation when school starts earlier than 8:30 a.m. for middle and high schools. And you probably notice after spring break, you would think students would be more, you would think that students would be more awake, more ready to go back to school. But if you notice, they are more tired with daylight savings time, because in the evening there's more daylight, and it's harder for students to go to bed at bedtime. And when they wake up in the morning, it's still dark, so it's harder for them to get up in the morning. So they're tired and they don't feel like eating, so they're also hungry. So how can they get enough sleep, do well in school.
Thank you, ma'am.
Claude Bittner, please turn your camera on. You may begin. Claude Bittner, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
My camera is on.
No, it's not. That's your face. That's your face.
Okay,
You can't turn it.
got it.
Go ahead.
Sir, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Claude Bittner. I'm an HISD graduate and parent. I'm speaking on item 2 on behalf of a principal at a non-NES school who is afraid to speak for fear of retribution. The superintendent's repeated assertions of district growth seem commendable, but we must exercise caution in accepting such claims at face value. We need our unelected school board members to be able to discern valid and reliable information from cherry-picked and misleading data. If you can't do this, then your decisions might unintentionally or intentionally ruin the lives of students, teachers, principals, and Houstonians. Therefore, if you choose to blindly accept the data and goals, then you should resign. But if you choose to critically consider the data and goals, then consider this as well: firing Mike Miles.
Hello, is it my turn to speak?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Yarbrough, and I am a parent of 2 children at Pew Elementary. Only 30% of our Pew teachers returned, and I was actually relieved when I found out that my daughter started the school year with 2 certified and experienced teachers in her core classes, but it didn't last. So by October, she had a new math teacher and rotating teacher apprentices instead of a reading teacher. And now, in March, she has yet another reading teacher to replace the apprentices, and she's on her 3rd math teacher so far. This is not normal. My son's core teacher, however, has stayed all year, but she's uncertified. So we just can't win with NES or Mike Miles. To all supporters of HISD schools, if you wouldn't allow this to happen to your children, then don't allow it to happen to mine or anyone else's.
Reese Wright, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Hello, I am speaking today as a parent and an educator. This year, I have witnessed my son's grades go from A's and B's to C's and failing. He has repeatedly shared that his teachers ignore his requests for help and don't answer his questions because they have to follow the rules and schedule that the NES script requires. He is losing his love of learning and school, and that is a dangerous thing for a Black boy. You say the NES model is working, but for whom? This model assumes that all students learn the same with little room for educators to make adjustments to meet student needs. Board Goals 1 and 2 state that the district will increase reading and math scores. However, my child's scores are declining. I'd appreciate the opportunity to visit an NES campus and see examples and data supporting the notion that teaching every student the exact same way and ignoring students' questions and natural curiosity are producing knowledgeable, thriving, critical thinkers. Additionally, I like the district to do more to communicate with parents about progress and make it easier for us to hold all of you accountable for our children's futures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Catret, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
Mike Miles does not have the skills to lead HISD and should be removed. The principal lists evidence that his judgment is impaired. It makes no sense that leaders of schools that are consistently ranked as the best in state and nation are not performing well. The recording of Mike Miles belittling principals further demonstrated that his temperament is not suitable for this role. His micromanaging of professional teachers is driving away our best and brightest talent in the district. As a parent, worksheets are not high quality instruction. Driving teachers and beloved principals is not visionary leadership. And this is not good for our kids. This is unhinged, bizarre behavior. Taking a wrecking ball to our schools is not the answer. Is Mike Miles doing so because he does not have the skills to make thoughtful changes that we actually need? Or do I beg of you to remove Miles before it's too late?
That concludes our hearing of speakers to agenda items and hearing of the community. We have a public hearing posted for 5 p.m. This hearing is required by the Texas Education Code, Section 39.054, for a discussion of the Texas Academic Performance Report. The presentation will be led by Dr. Allison Matney, Senior Executive Director of Assessment, Accountability, and Compliance. Dr. Matney, are you here? Uh-oh. Okay, well, we're going to take a break anyway, so let's take a 15-minute? 10-minute? 10-minute? Okay, we'll be back at 8:20. Okay, thank you. See each other. Let's have a seat. All right. All right. We are back on at 8:25. Are we on? We're good? Think so? Okay. All right. Dr. Matney, you are going to do the presentation for us on the Texas Academic Performance Report. Is that right?
That is correct.
Excellent. Okay. Take it away.
All right. Good evening. I'm here to present some information about our district annual report. And this, just as a reminder, is from 22-23. So this data lags by 1 year and in many cases 2 or 3 years. That's the district annual report is looking at financial data, various data sets. So I'm going to outline what data sets are available. What we do in the district annual report is take a compilation of publicly available reports from the agency and other public entities, and we combine them into one annual report to make it a little bit easier for our public to see components of these reports themselves. There are 8 sections. It is required by statute that we hold a public hearing. We compile reports that are produced at the state, Region 4, district, and school levels using PEIMS data, that is our submission data that we send from districts to the state about our students, our staff, and our finances. It also includes student assessment data, and data is disaggregated in multiple ways by all the race ethnicities that we have talked about before here and by the various student groups. Our full report can be found on the HISD website, as well as for our public that needs a paper copy. We do have a hard copy that is housed at our front desk here in our entry area. So these sections, the first one is the Texas Academic Performance Report. Several have mentioned that this evening. This is called TAPER. It's for the district and each campus in the district. That's the first section that is included in our online link as well as in our paper copy. The second is the PEIMS Financial Standard Report. So this is where we're looking at 21-22 actual financial data. Section 3 is the district accreditation status. Section 4, we're looking at campus performance objectives. Y'all approved those earlier in the year. This is just a mid-year check. Section 5 is a report on violent or criminal incidences on campuses. So that data is included. And then finally, Section 6 looks at our data around our students who are in post-secondary institutions in the state of Texas for each of our high schools in the district. So then looking at Section 7, we look at our progress toward House Bill 3 goals for 3rd grade reading, 3rd grade math, and college career military readiness. We're looking at that at the district and each campus. And then finally, there's a glossary to tell you all of the definitions that are included specifically in the TAPER report. It's pretty thick, it's exciting reading. So those are the sections that you can access. It's already online, ready for you to peruse, and that concludes our public hearing.
Any questions from the board? Yes, ma'am.
I had a quick question about the Section 6 post-secondary campus. Right. So it says it's for each high school. I was wondering about those middle schools where students are taking like high school level courses like maybe biology or algebra. Where is that information also included here?
That's a great question. So Section 6 specifically looks at our graduates from each high school and how they are doing matriculating through Texas post-secondary institutions, right? Okay. So those students are included in that if they graduated from one of our high schools.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Campo.
So where is this online? So if someone in the audience or listening or watching can find it?
Yep, absolutely. So you can go to the HISD website, or my favorite thing is to Google HISD Assessment, Accountability, and Compliance. This is all assessment, accountability, and compliance data, as well as Dr. Terry's financial data. And there is a section that has the annual report right there. Thank you.
Anything else?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
For taper, does that also include the 1 to 3 year lag, or is that,
Yes, it depends on what section. So the student achievement section, so looking at STAR specifically, that is from 22-23 data. However, discipline, finance, graduation rates, those all lag 1 year, and then the performance in post-secondary institutions, some of that is in that section as well. It lags 2 years as well.
Any other questions, comments, concerns from board members? Okay, thank you, Dr. Matney. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Ms. Lamont Flowers.
I was just going to the district, and I got an error when I clicked into the district annual report. So if we can just make sure that it is.
I will check that.
there.
We posted it this morning, so I'll go and check that. Thank you for saying that.
And maybe send us the link. I think that would be helpful if we could just get a link to the report.
But I want to make sure that the public has it. I just wanted to click and see if it's there. Might be my computer, but when I hyperlinked, it's not there. It says error.
Okay. Anything else? All right, thank you. Okay, we are now ready to consider a discussion and report item tonight. We are monitoring progress measure 1.2, excuse me, goal 1 progress measure 1.2 and goal 2 progress measure 2.2. Superintendent Miles, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Do I hit my computer? All right. Madam President, members of the board, I will present the Goal Progress Monitoring Report tonight. This is Goal Progress Measure 1.2. The percentage of third graders attending an NES or NES camp is projected at meets grade level in reading on NWA MAP will increase from 24% in May 2024 to 44% in May 2028. You notice that we haven't arrived at May yet, so we will adjust this once we have the scores. This is a year-to-year progress measure, and so we're projecting that it'll be 24%, but we don't know for sure until we get the results. And this is what's meant by baseline data, because we don't have a score yet, but we will have in May, and then we'll wait every year to assess how well the students are doing on progress. You'll notice that it's very similar to Goal 1. It's a goal progress measure, so it's what we can do in the meantime. And last time we reported on met expectations, so the percentage of students who met expectations, which is a growth measure. We also looked at the overall growth based on an annual growth metric from the National Annual Growth Metric. That was the other metric we looked at. This one looks at proficiency. So it's no longer about this, at least this progress measure is more about proficiency than it is about growth. And so when you see on the graph on the right-hand side, this is meets, third graders who meets grade level in reading. That is a correlation that the assessment department does between NWA MAP tests, so the assessment score in NWA, trying to determine how proficient they are based on the STAR exam. So it's more of a correlation about proficiency. And this will be the first year that we have data to correlate. We will do this again, of course, at the end of the year when we take the end of the year MAP assessment so we can look at where the students wound up proficiency-wise. This is a mid-year look at their proficiency. On the top figure on the right-hand side, you have third grade reading for the NES and NESA schools. And then on the bottom, you have third grade across the district. So you can see that the students in the NES and NESA schools are lower in proficiency than the third grade students overall. So I'm going to scroll a little bit. Oops, sorry. So this chart just shows what the middle of the year scores were for the NES and NESA campuses on the top of your screen. And then on the bottom, you see the middle of the year for all third graders. So top NES, bottom is all third graders, middle of the year. And you can see that we have quite a gap. That's not surprising. This mirrors our gap in STAR. So proficiency-wise, our students, our white and Asian students, are doing well, and those scores above the national average. And then you see our other students below the national average. Again, this is a correlation between NWA and what we predict they would score on STAR if STAR was given at the same time. So again, this is a little premature because we don't have the end of year data, but we wanted to give you some idea progress-wise in the middle of the year. You'll see some other graphs, and our analysis then is very similar to the analysis that we gave at the other progress, at the Goal Progress Monitoring Report for Goal 1 on reading. And so there shouldn't be that much difference on the root cause analysis. Basically, when we think about reading and what accounts for our low reading scores, it's over a number of years, of course. This is not one thing over many years. One is the science of reading curriculum. And now that the science of reading wars are over, the district 2 years ago started to look at purchasing Amplify and other products to make sure that we had a curriculum that's more tied to the science of reading. That was a good move. It was piloted, and then we expanded it. We expanded it this year, and we'll continue to do so next year. The quality of instruction is also one of the reasons why students may not be doing as well. We think that's a root cause, and so we've been working on high quality instruction throughout the district, in particular related to good instruction in our underserved areas. There may also be another root cause, and I put that down on the bottom, and that's pre-K. The reason why we don't know for sure is because we don't have a good analysis of the high-quality pre-K programs in our area, and so a comparison is really tough. We do understand what high-quality pre-K needs to be, and we have been growing the number of pre-K students this year, and we will grow the number of pre-K students next year. The key is not only to grow the number of students who are in pre-K, but also to improve the quality of their instruction and their experience in the classroom. Facilities has something to do with this as well. Pre-K students need actually more room than a regular classroom. They need places to sleep, places to read, centers to play, and many other things, and they need bathrooms and sinks. So we're we're working in that. We're going to invest in that. Whether or not the board goes out for bond, we will be investing some of our capital improvement money in trying to get more facilities for pre-K. We're hoping if the board does decide to go for bond that we will include pre-K facilities in that bond. And so you'll see the graphs are included. These are supplemental graphs, supplemental data. Just keep in mind that when it says meets grade level, that's a proficiency measure related to STAR. So it's a correlation. And one needs more than 1 year of data to have a good trend or correlation. We'll get data in May. Next year at this mid-year point, we'll at least have 2 data points to compare. And then at the end of the year, next year, the 24-25 school year, we'll have yet another full year data point to compare the accuracy of that correlation to STAR. And then we'll actually have STAR data, at least one data set when we look at this next year. Math is very similar. That's the next part. I won't go over the action steps unless you guys want me to. It's very similar to what I reported last time on what we're doing to improve our reading. And again, the actions have to do with science of reading, quality of instruction, and pre-K access. Math is similar. So again, the top line is our NES and NESA schools, the 85 schools. And if the assessment department ran a correlation between NWEA and STAR proficiency at this point in the year, that is the projected prediction. And then on the bottom, you have all third grade students and their meets. That's the projection, again, a correlation with STAR. Very similar here. If you look at our math down below, the bottom graph, again, this is a correlation, so we'll see how accurate that correlation is once we get the STAR exams, but what it shows is, again, our white and Asian students doing very well and above average, and our black and Hispanic students lagging pretty considerably. This is not news. Moving proficiency is not the same as moving growth. Easier for underserved or lower performing students to move in growth, and moving that proficiency bar will take more than a few months. So we're hope that it will move. By the time we get to the end of the year, we'll have even better growth and also better proficiency. Similar root cause analysis. In this case, it's not the science of reading, of course. It's high quality instructional materials, very similar to the science of reading materials. We now have better materials, Carnegie, Eureka Math, for example, and Zern as a tool. Those have been vetted by TEA, but also our department. And so the district started with Carnegie and Math a year ago. We expanded those resources this year, and we'll continue to expand it next year. The quality of instruction goes for math as it did for ELA, and so you see that we believe that's one of the root causes too. Most notably, in our math instruction, we're not doing drill and kill, we're not just doing computation. All of those curricula for NES and NESA includes a lot of story problems, a lot of concept learning that happens every day in the classroom. Again, supplemental charts. Again, if you see not met expected growth, that's met expected growth is a growth metric, while meets grade level in proficiency is a proficiency metric. And that's why you see that the growth, expected growth, is higher than proficiency. And that makes sense. The NWA does both, right? It looks at growth and it looks at proficiency. Again, so meets grade level, that's a correlation. That's about proficiency, not growth. And I think it's important to note, while this seems, the data is the data, and our African American and Hispanic students are behind. We knew that, but it's important to celebrate growth. If you get growth year after year or test after test, eventually that proficiency bar is going to move, especially if your growth is above the national average. So we celebrate our kids and our teachers who got growth, even if the proficiency is low.
Ready for questions?
And then finally, the action steps are very similar to what we presented last time. And again, it has to do with making sure we have high quality instructional materials and high quality instruction. And yes, ma'am, ready for questions.
Mr. Campo's got one.
You just said that we're expanding the math curriculum, and expanding means that all the schools don't have the new curriculum. So what are schools using? Are they using old curriculum that is not as rigorous as what we're trying to put in? And then how long will it take to get all the schools with the great curriculum?
So yes, sir. So we have several different curricula being used by the schools. Prior to this year, it was pretty autonomous, and schools were able to use whatever curriculum they wanted. Starting last year, not this year, the district started piloting Eureka and Carnegie in math, and those have been vetted as very strong, high-quality instructional materials from TEA in our own departments. So this year, we expanded those programs in the NES program, and then also adjusting those to the LSAE model in the NES programs, and then paid for schools to get Carnegie and Eureka if that's what they wanted to do. This coming year, for the C-rated and D-rated schools who are not NES, there are 3 vetted programs for math, Carnegie, Eureka, and NES, that those schools will be required to do, the C and D-rated schools, so that those students have vetted math curriculum that's of high quality. For the A and B-rated schools, they can continue to use whatever they're using. If they want to, voluntary, the A and B schools to convert to Carnegie, Eureka, or NES curriculum, it will be free for them. We will pay for that, and that won't come out of their budgets. But if they're using their own curriculum like they always have, they will buy their curriculum or they'll buy their consumables. And so in that way, we're expanding to the schools that actually we think need it most.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Lindner.
Thank you. What's administered for students who are Spanish speaking? And, well, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Kristen Hull, just to correct me if I'm wrong. I believe all of those products have Spanish materials that supplement. Is that correct or not correct? Kristen Hull is the Chief Academic Officer.
Hi. So for NES, we ensure that for elementary schools, there's English and Spanish versions of the material for the schools that are dual language. So they'll be able to teach the 50-50 model in English and Spanish. And then for the in elementary, we ensure that there's 3 Spanish language arts options as well that our C and D and A and B campuses can choose from. Amplify in and of itself has an English set of materials and a Spanish set of materials, and so we buy both of those products for those students, but not all products out there have that. So For Amplify in particular, you get an English set of materials and Spanish set, and then for NES, we do the same. We ensure that there's English versions and Spanish versions of all the lessons.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on the
Oh,
question.
great.
What I meant to state was the, what's administered to students when we're taking the NWEA MAP test. For Spanish-speaking or emergent bilingual students, are they getting a Spanish version of the test, if applicable?
Yes, they test in both languages. For RLA, and then in math, they test in the language of instruction.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk a little bit to high-quality instructional materials? I know we talk about that, and then we say TEA approved, but for families that don't know what that means, can you talk a little bit about, and beyond the district, just like in the U.S., like what is that? Is there a common metric? Can you just talk a little bit about what that is?
Do you want to start? Go ahead.
I can explain a little bit of what TEA does. TEA looks at a couple big things. One of the things they look at is they ensure all of the products are aligned to the standards. So they'll assess every product that's out there to ensure that it covers 100% of the TEKS in that particular grade and subject. So that's one thing we will for sure look at. In addition to that, in reading and math, TEA has identified really important design components of materials that align with cognitive science around how a kid learns reading, language arts, or math. So they also conduct evaluations that look at every product to say, is it designed or built in a way that aligns with the research-based cognitive science of teaching reading and learning math, and then it will rate all of the products based on their ability to align with those qualitative but cognitively aligned research objectives. So all of the products in our approved list both have 100% coverage of all the standards, and they are 100% on TEA's quality rubric, where they're again looking at how is the product designed, is that aligned to brain science around student learning.
Thank you.
Chief Hull was the Associate Commissioner for Curriculum for TEA, so was responsible for high-quality instructional materials across the entire state.
Can I ask a related question? This is not really, we've kind of gone off track. Actually, I'm going to save it because I am going to maintain us on track. I'll ask you later. Okay. I do have an actual monitoring question, unless somebody else would like to go. With regard to both progress measures 1.2 and 2.2, special education is performing at the lowest level of all subgroups that we're looking at. Can you explain what the plan is there, what the path forward is, and what the strategy is, so that we can understand how we're going to move the special education students up?
Yes, ma'am. So there's two approaches to special education beyond the compliance pieces, because part of the issue in the past has been compliance, and I think we're doing a good job to catch up on compliance issues this year. If a child is identified as needing special ed services and the ARD meeting doesn't happen for 2 or 3 months, then that's a reason for some of the low scores in special education, and it's also a big compliance issue. We've done a lot better on that this year, and we'll continue to improve. But beyond that, there are two other things. We need to make sure that we have fully staffed special education teachers in our schools, and the whole profession is suffering from that, a shortage of special ed teachers. So we've bumped up our salaries pretty considerably so that we're really competitive in special education. I'm looking over there, Jessica, if I make a mistake, please correct me, but I think the base salary for most special ed teachers will be $90,000, 80 at non-NES and 90 at NES? Okay. And both of those are pretty high compared to the surrounding districts. So that's one area, making sure that we have really high quality. Not just the SPED teachers, we're also improving SPED instruction. One thing we're doing, and it's part of the action plan, is to expand the number of SPED resource room instruction. so that we make sure that the SPED teacher has pretty dedicated time to do quality of instruction instead of working with just 2 or 3 kids, really spending time on a group of kids whose IEPs allow them to be part of not just the general education, but also in a mixed pull-out general education classroom. We call those resource rooms. So we're going to expand that, and that's going to cost some money too, and we will budget for that. The last thing is the quality of instruction. SPED teachers in the past have had so much to do. There has been a focus on compliance versus instruction. And that's not a fault of theirs. It's a fault of how we manage the system. So what we're trying to do is we're pushing some of the supports and compliance areas to the unit levels. We're pushing more supports to the schools, and they can help with the ARD meetings, with the compliance issues and the IEPs. We're also, Stacy Vinson, our Chief of Special Education, has really done a good job of making sure the IEPs are well written and include really strong instructional strategies, or at least services, and not just compliance level services. So we have a plan also to help the principals with assessing the quality of instruction for special ed teachers, and then providing them also, the teachers themselves, with a lot of professional development. So we're moving in a lot of areas in SPED. We hope that will really move that bar up.
May I ask a follow-up on this topic? And so you kind of outlined time, space, alignment, all of these things that are in place. Can you talk a little bit about what that coaching looks like, or how SPED teachers access coaching differently, or what they're getting? So I understand the time and space, and I don't know if it's a you question or if it's a Stacy question, but what are we doing for our SPED teachers to support them and help them to raise quality of instruction?
Yeah, well, Chief Vinson comes up here to provide more flesh on the bones I'm about to give you. Let me give you a couple things that we're doing differently than in the past. So Sandy Massey team is creating a team of people who will also help special education to do professional development. Her team she's a chief of leadership and professional development, and her team already does good work with teachers, and they will have a group of them that will also do work in developing instruction in the special ed rooms. Having said that, we can't leave the principals out of the loop. Principals cannot walk by SPED rooms or resource rooms and not assess and give instructional techniques to special ed teachers. Some of them feel ill-equipped to do that, and so they'll also be trained to make sure that they can support special ed teachers in the classroom and improving instruction. Chief Vinson.
Good evening. I think one of the big, determinations of really increasing the instructional progress of our students is the way that we're organized within the divisions. And in our division teams, our special education unit teams all have a director and 2 coordinators, and some have managers that really support the whole focus of special education, the instructional as well as the compliance. So our special education directors work in collaboration with the EDs of the feeder from the division side. So they're coaching not only the teachers, but they're also having those coaching conversations with the principals along with those EDs of feeders. So it's not just the special education department carrying the load. It is really across the district collaboration. And I feel like we're really going to see that needle move. We're also giving Mr. Miles talked about we've really focused on compliance, and that's where we've had to when we didn't have kids that were identified or even getting their services on time. But now, since we're getting a grasp on that, we're really able to now look at the instructional pieces and say, are those accommodations that are written in the IEP being implemented in the classroom, and how are we monitoring? That's like our second leg. And so we're starting to get feedback on that and really having those coaching conversations and within the division level at the campus level and coaching on the spot. Thank you.
And I remind the board that we have had and still have 2 conservators for special education. And Chief Vincent, Stacy Vincent, has done an incredible job moving the compliance needle and also starting on instruction. And just a shout out to her.
Mr. Martinez had a question.
Yes, thank you, President Mominai. So I know we've talked about the students that we include. Clarification for EBs, emergent bilingual, and SPED, are the students we exclude from this particular metrics. What I mean by that is, for example, for non-English speaking, does this include individuals who take the assessment in Spanish?
I believe it does. Allison, can you speak to that? Because on the NWA, we have some students taking it in Spanish and some taking it in English, and we have an all category, and that's what we're reporting. But
That's right. So for all of these reports, the English and Spanish is combined. And because the assessment is given in both languages, depending on the needs of the student, as well as for DIBELS, there is a Spanish counterpart called Lectura. So that's, each of those assessments has a Spanish component.
All right, and then, so for SPED in particular, and I may not be asking this question appropriately, so correct me. For individuals or students whose disability prevents them from actually taking the assessment, how do we assess?
So our guidance to campuses is if they are going to be assessed using STAR, so a general education state assessment, then they participate in this. Many students, though, the ARD committee, and Vincent can speak to the ARD committee role in this, but we also give guidance if they are not ARDed to take the general STAR assessment, they're ARDed to take STAR alternate,
Right.
they are not assessed with this.
And so, as if they are on the alternate curriculum and their ARD committee has determined that this assessment would not be appropriate, then they are not included in those numbers.
Do we happen to know, like, general numbers, like what that number may look like in the district?
I believe we're a little over the amount. I believe it's like 10%, but I can get the exact number for you.
right, let's get them.
And then you mentioned, Dr. Manny, about DIBELS and Lectura. When we look at the report, page 7, there's a big drop between kindergarten, I think, and let me go back. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Yeah, page 7. So it gives us a number for kindergarten and then first grade, and then a dramatic decrease in second and third grade. Why the difference there?
Are you looking at 1.2 or 2.2? Or is it?
Page 7.
Are you looking at figure 12?
Looking at DIBELS, yes, and Lectura.
Figure 12. So one of the reasons there is we have not all of the campuses, you'll notice the N counts there, not all of the campuses are actually administering DIBELS Lectura to grades 2 and 3. That it's only our NES campuses that are administering that to those grade levels. So that's why you see the difference.
And why? Why are we doing just NES campus?
So we did NES campuses first just to roll it in, just to make sure we weren't overextending the central office team. And so we're in discussions right now about whether to expand that to C and D campuses.
But wait, I'm sorry. So the whole population NES or not are in grade 1 and kindergarten? Is that right? Or
That's
tested in grade-
correct. So
So the
kindergarten and
drop-off-
grade 1 is everyone, all enrolled kindergartner and grade 1 students.
Yeah.
And then it's only administered in grade 2 and 3 in our NES campuses this year.
But the drop-off that Mr. Martinez is talking about is from kinder to first?
No,
So
no,
we're
I'm talking about just from first to second,
First to
third.
second.
You know, compare kindergarten and first versus two.
I see, the total numbers.
Yeah, total
I
numbers,
see.
yeah. And so if I understand you, Superintendent, you said it's because we didn't want to put put too much on Central Office? Is that what?
Yeah, so this, I mean, all of this is relatively new to everybody, and we have some implementation challenges even in the NES program for Dibbles, and next year we'll be strengthening that.
Thank you.
That's why.
I guess then my question related to this is, why is there a drop-off from kindergarten to first? I mean, they're in our schools during that time period, right?
Yes, the tests vary slightly, depending, it varies slightly with the types of, not questions, but the types of content areas that are being assessed. So first grade is a little bit harder, and so that's where we see that. And we also have quite a few students that show up to us for first grade only, that they do not attend our kindergarten necessarily. Compulsory attendance is not until first grade.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Garza-Lindner, yes, please.
May I ask a clarifying question on the quality of instruction, since it's noted as root cause analysis and in the action plan? Are there any differences between the way quality of instruction is measured in NES versus non-NES schools that we should keep in mind as we're looking at these results?
With regard to the main things related to quality of instruction, no. NES schools and NESA schools have an additional section on quality of instruction that takes into account the model. For example, in the NES, in the spot observation form, you'll see that the top 3 sections apply to everybody. Everybody has to teach the standard. Everybody has to have a lesson objective tied to the standard. Everybody has to engage students. They don't all have to use MRS, but they have to engage students. Those are tried and true practices no matter what school, no matter what NES or non-NES. Down at the bottom, though, there's a section for NES. For example, NES schools have to, we call it push out on time. After the 45 to 50 minutes of direct instruction, then they have to do a demonstration of learning, and then they go to the LSAE. They have to have LSAE that's differentiated. And so it's those things like that that's an additional section for NES.
Any other questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Ravon.
My question is concerning a comment regarding Goal 1 and what seems to be an adjustment to the target in the background information related to a 20 percentage points in a 5-year period versus 15 that we set up. And there also seems to be, as I compare January to now, the actual benchmarks each year have also adjusted. So I'm having a hard time figuring out why, and are we moving the goalpost?
No, so if you look at I'm looking at page 1 of the progress monitoring report. It's a 15-point increase from 41 to 56. We increase based on, you might remember, our students who are lower on the NWEA. So we pushed the NWEA growth larger than the 15 points so that they would do a better job of catching up or close the gap better. But the 15 points is still the same.
You're saying the goal is this, I mean,
Right,
obviously, the goal is adopted by the board.
Right.
But you're talking about the goal progress measure?
So the GPMs
1.2.
that we've got set up, right?
Yeah.
So we had them at 15. I'm looking here. We had them at 15 in January, but they've adjusted, I guess is my point.
Well,
They're no longer the
See
same.
what you get.
Yeah, I'm not really following.
What he's saying, correctly, what he's saying is that in January, it was at 15. GPM was 15%, and it changed to 20%. So I think what he's saying is the board wasn't aware that there was going to be a change in that number.
On the same goal progress measure, 1.2?
Yeah, 1.1.
You mean for end of year?
So for the 5-year period, so the comment at the very bottom, the last comment, it says 20% points during the time frame. In January, that's at 15%.
I'm still not, right here?
Did the
I
goal
moved on the
progress
district
measure
aims
also?
to achieve a minimum growth of 20 points
Yeah,
during
did-
this time.
Did it also go from?
I can add one
Is it the
additional
numbers?
clarification here. So when we ran the middle of the year numbers, we exceeded every single target that
Oh,
was
yeah.
already on the goal. So we made the target more rigorous. We said we can do higher. So like if you're looking at the results right now and you see the 24 to 44, we used to say we're only going to go 15. Now we are saying we're going to go 20. So what we did was we made more rigorous goals because when we got that middle of the year result, we exceeded everything already. So we did change the target, but we raised it. We didn't lower it because we were so far ahead on growth.
And also, remember, the 24 is a projection.
So move the
The
goalpost,
the 24 is a projection. We don't have we don't have May 2024, so we had to estimate what it would be. So that's what I started off with, is that 24, obviously May hasn't come about. That's an end of year. So we didn't want to sandbag, so we just projected higher on the 24.
Superintendent Miles, I think what they're highlighting is, in my opinion, you made a good change to raise it, but you didn't tell us. So I think, so when you make those
It was
changes.
actually told on page 2 of the question and answers that went out.
Yeah.
The revised version.
Yeah, it wasn't the question and answers, but I think what they're highlighting is rather than asking the question when there's a change, even if it is a good change in raising the standards, if you alert us to it. I think that's what this conversation is about. I think.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions, thoughts? Yes, ma'am, Miss Bandy.
So as a parent who received the report, the NWAE MAP report that showed a prediction of how well my second grader will be doing on the STAR in third grade, I'm basically asking for clarification on why we are saying that this is not a predictor of STAR just yet. In your opinion or your statement, I think you said we need more years, but the report that went out to all parents with the results showed that your child is predicted to do this on the third grade STAR.
Yeah, Kristen, if you'll answer that. I wasn't,
NWA is a national test. They haven't normed their data against STAR since 2020. STAR has been updated since then, and so the normed projections that NWA has won't be accurate with the updated version of STAR and STAR 2.0. They just haven't made those types of updates yet. So basically, it's comparing apples to oranges. It may have been relevant for an older version of the STAR test, and it is probably still somewhat, their prediction isn't based off nothing. It is based on older STAR test results, just the test has been updated.
and also, this is the first year for NWA testing here. And so there are some test effects that might be at play. We don't know. Every area is a little bit different. And so once you get this baseline data, because it's the first year of NWA that will be compared to STAR, we'll have that information when the STAR comes out. But you still need some time to look at it, both good and bad. It's what I've been saying before. One set of data does not a trend make, and you have to, just be cautious with that. That's all.
So that disclaimer was not included on my son's report?
Yeah, and probably should have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how parents are going to know this information.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if we need to take it off the report or just, start and explain it.
Yeah. So making a disclaimer, what are you saying?
Well, if I can refocus this to this conversation, which is, I think you're highlighting a good point. for this conversation as well. The whole purpose of the goal progress measures is to ensure that we're tracking towards the goals. The goals here are STAR. And so, as I understand it, the NWEA is being utilized here to help us analyze whether what we're doing is ultimately going to result in progress on the STAR. So I think that may be at the root of what your question is.
And if it's not an accurate predictor, as a parent, I can't make arrangements for to close the gap. So I don't even know if my child really has a gap to perform well next year, I guess.
I'm not saying it's not an accurate predictor. I'm saying we need more data to be definitive about that. And I think we need. It's like once we get the STAR results, can we? We have to look at trend data. We'll celebrate kids and we'll celebrate teachers, but no matter what they are, I'm not going to celebrate. I'm not breaking any champagne out on the STAR or drinking coffee or alcohol if the scores go down until we have a trend. That's all.
And I'd like clarification on if we have a trend, because to me it sounds like we're talking about us as a district, but if NWEA has a pool of national data that is, just more data, I don't, how prudent is it to base the correlation on what HISD does versus the larger national assessment?
That's a good point. I think there's value in NWA results for parents that says, compared to the 7 million kids who take the NWA in America, your student met expectations. 50% of all kids meet expectations, 50% don't in the country. And your student is at, it showed this much growth of the annual growth, 0.6, 0.7. I think there's really good value in that. I think parents can understand met expected growth. And so that's what we reported. I take your point, and we'll have a discussion about whether or not we should even say there's a correlation to STAR at this point. Yeah. It is more data, but you're right. There sounds like there needs to be a lot more explanation around it.
And I'm sorry, I have a question about growth.
Please. Go ahead.
Humble brag here. My son's exceptional, and so his growth was minimal. And so, how do we reconcile that, or what do we think about, gifted students? And at first, I was disappointed, but then I was like, you're a genius, so I'm not disappointed. So what, just help me understand what a parent of a child who's doing well should expect.
So there's another metric we showed, and that is percentile, and that has to do with where they are academically. So you would be a proud parent if your child was at a percentile that's above average, like 65th percentile. Yours is probably at the 90th percentile. And so regardless of growth, if you hit that percentile, that's cause for applause. And that's in there. And so there's a parent that said their child went from 99th to 98th percentile. I would have been a proud parent anyway. I think that parent was proud. The met expected growth, though, is a target that NWA sets to keep the child at the same percentile. So you do want to have your child meet expected growth. Because that way, if they started on the 98th percentile, if they hit their meet expected growth target, they'll be at the 98th percentile again. So it's always a comparison with the national body of kids who take the test. So in those two instances, if we explain it well, and I tried to do that at the last presentation on NWA, that is validating for the parent. And that I think you can trust, because NWA has been around for so long and they have a whole database over 20 years, and they have millions of students taking the test.
Any other questions about monitoring? Yes, sir, Mr. Ravon.
And Angela.
We have Angela, this is very formal. Go ahead.
Even
mentioned a few moments ago, kind of in passing, that non-NES schools, when you were talking about the spot checks, that they don't have to do the MRS strategies. I've heard lots of confusion around that. Or can you just kind of give us a little more clarity about, can you get that metric if you're not using MRS strategies?
Probably not, meaning this. When you engage kids, the best strategy around quality of instruction is to engage all the kids. So if you're asking a question, one hand goes up. Even if you're doing the popsicle stick thing, that is not engaging all kids. That's a single kid response strategy. And if you do that over and over again, some kids get left out, some kids aren't engaged. And so the key is to do engagement strategies that engage all kids. Are the MRS strategies the only ones that engage all kids? No. But they're the high-frequency ones, and they're the easiest to engage. This is not news. All effective teachers use things like pair and share, table talk, quick response. Those are tried and true, and so the answer is no, we want you to use engagement strategies, but yes, MRS are whole group engagement strategies, so if you use MRS, you're going to be good. But if you use a gallery walk, which is not an MRS strategy, and you do it efficiently, that is a multiple response strategy, and that will be fine.
Mm-hmm. Do you expect in the coming year that that for the non-NES schools there will be focus or opportunity to make? I know the NES schools, it's been very explicit about these strategies. Do you feel like and yes, you're right, these are tried and true measures, but still, so that teachers feel confident that they know this is what is expected? Do you feel like that message is getting out to the teachers in the non-NES so that they know what to do for the kids?
Yes, I think they do, because we have the spot observation form, and that's the same across the district. We've had it since the summer. The principals have been trained on it. They keep getting trained on it. We trained them again this week on the spot form in relationship to the IRT visit, but it was still about the spot form. Thank you, Ms. Bandy, for coming to the training. Now she's an expert on it. But yes, I think, over time, look, there's some grace in that there are 11,000 teachers, 11,200 teachers, 274 different schools. Prior to this year, there were 100 different definitions of high-quality instruction and what that looks like. Actually, and then some schools did not even focus on instruction at all. And so to have this many teachers in this many schools have at least a good guide for what high-quality instruction looks like, what engagement actually means and looks like, I think they've made really good progress.
Thank you.
Anything else from Mr. Ravon? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm still on 1.1.
Good. Please. Or
So I'm
1.2?
glad that we've made progress and we've exceeded in many areas. And I think this is just important to continue to kind of bring back home. So I found myself when I was evaluating the goals and our progress to them, that I had to toggle between January and March. Not because it was, well, the reason I had to do it, because the numbers were different. And so when I look at one chart that you present, and then the next period you bring a new chart with different numbers, it makes it difficult for me to be able to really hone in on like what's going on. So that's why I'm asking the question about, did the goalpost change?
Yeah, so remember, we're looking, this is the first time we've looked at, as a board and in public, meets grade level. The numbers before were about met expected growth and the annual growth per the NWA national average. This, we're bringing you the meets grade level, which is a correlation. You did not receive this before.
We did,
these numbers were not there before.
They were. So figure 1 on January, and you'll see it's the same chart, but the data and the numbers change. So when I look at figure 1 and table 1, both are adjusted. And then, so I had to toggle back and forth to say, what's the same, what's the baseline? So if you go to table 1, on the back side of that, you'll see the numbers are different than what you show table 1 currently.
Yeah, that's what Kristen was talking about.
But you're looking at, Adam.
That's January.
I know, but
progress
this is
report.
goal progress measure 1.1, and so this is 1.2.
Mhm. It's just a,
I don't know if I haven't gone back to look at the original goal progress measure. Maybe that's what your point is.
Yeah.
But they're two different numbers. This is 1.1, which is about all third grade students.
Mhm.
And now we're just looking here specifically
NES.
at NES and NESA.
yes. And then when we look at table 1, you'll see that it's the same data, it's just presented with different numbers.
Yeah, and that was explained just now, that.
Right.
Because.
And that's what I'm trying to explain. Like,
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time when I'm having to toggle back. So if the goal changes or the target changes, it makes it difficult to
Yeah.
monitor.
Yeah, and what the difference in the two graphs are, though, you have the same beginning of the year data. Hold on one second.
Are you looking at
Yeah,
page
T,
2?
T1, that's it. Page 2.
Yeah, so beginning of year NWA map target growth.
Yeah, so you see the
But that's-
target for the end of the year versus the target for the end of the year?
Yeah, but we're looking at third grade and NESA. This one is, I believe, all
That's all.
kids.
Yeah. So there,
You see, there's the one we're looking at today
Mm-hmm.
is NES/A campuses. This is, the one on here is not NESA.
So then in figure 3, where you met 30% meets level?
Right, remember that, this is now tied to STAR. This was a percentile rank. This one is meets grade level is tied to STAR. This one is straight from NWA.
Got it. So where we've already achieved the 30% on figure 3, on you see there at the bottom?
Yes.
So the goal that we set for the year was 29 achievement, right? 29% achievement?
For all kids. Let me
Yes.
Go back up here.
On all kids. So you're on all kids now on figure 3. You see it says 30 there at the bottom, all students?
For NWA, not STAR.
Correct. So that figure 3 ties back to all campuses.
For NWA, yes.
Right. And what I'm saying is, if we move our targets, like, I'm having a hard time toggling because of that. So if we say now that the goal is different, then we don't have the same.
Yeah.
So that's why I just want to bring that point home because.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. That we moved the target because we'd already met the MOY scores
And I
across
get
the
that,
board.
and I applaud that, right?
Yeah.
We did a good job.
Yeah.
But before we shift, it's important that we're able still to compare, like, this was the target, and not change the target, because then we're not
Yeah,
monitoring.
So we should have included a column that says this is the lower bar.
Yes.
That we didn't
This is the bar
change.
that we set.
Yeah.
And we met it, and we had.
That's fair.
anything else on 1.2 and 2.2? Comments, questions, concerns? Monitoring related? No? Okay. All right, thank you. Do I have a motion to accept the board monitoring update presentation of Goal 1, progress measure 1.2, And Goal 2 Progress Measure 2.2. Oh, sorry. I think you have to hit my computer. Is that right? Yes. Click on your. Oh, yes, please, thank you. I don't know where, I can't see anything.
Not ready?
None of us know how to operate these things. Do you hit? You may have to hit my computer again. Oh, okay. Do you want to take a, oh my God. I'm here to assist you. Do it. No, she's got a different screen going on. And oh no, if it goes from me to Katasha trying to fix it, it's good. Can we take just a hand vote of all the other folks? Oh, she got it? Soon. Let's just, oh, we've got a motion and a second. We're gonna, can you, Brian? Okay. Oh, you're there? Yeah. Perfect. What good timing. Okay. We have a motion to accept by Angela Lamont Flowers and a second by Jeanette Garza Lindner. Do we have any discussion further? No? Okay. If not, then please vote. The motion is to accept the monitoring update for GPM 1.2 and 2.2. Okay, voting is closed. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. The motion passes. Next, we will consider remaining action items on the agenda. Board policy requires board members to abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. Board policy BBFA local defines a conflict of interest as any circumstance that could cast doubt on a board member's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. We have one item pulled from the consent agenda, which is the March budget amendment, and without objection from my colleagues, we will also pull items 26 and 27, which are 2B policies from the consent agenda for discussion. The first item held from the consent agenda is item 3, approval of the March budget amendment. May I have a motion to approve this item? I have a motion to approve by Angela Lamont Flowers and a second by Michelle Cruz Arnold. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? I think it was pulled, I pulled it, and Mr. Martinez pulled it. Mr. Martinez, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we look at, and you answer some of the questions, Superintendent, when we look at, I think it's instructional leadership, since it was initially approved in July, we have now added about $20 million, which is 60% more to that. Can you talk a little bit about, I know we got some answers that we were shifting to the new organizational structure for the district action plan, but what does that actually mean? Does that mean that we added FTEs, that we increased salaries substantially, how many people were impacted, and then how does those resources go back to the schools in order for us to achieve our goals?
I'll start, and Jim, if you have more detail, please add to my comments. So the bottom line didn't change on the budget, but when we got here, the board passed the budget in June, and then we reorganized much of central office to include the Office of Leadership and Professional Development so that we could provide more professional development and supports to the schools. So that office has 50 people, how many? 62 with ACP, which is the Alternative Certification Program, and then also the Teacher Leadership Academy that we're doing, and also the Leadership Academy, Professional Leadership Academy. So this is an attempt to really support teachers. It's been an excellent program to help teachers grow in their craft. They do it mostly on their own time after school. And then the Principal Leadership Academy, as you know, we put principal apprentices into, I think we have 70 of them, 70 of them in the schools, and that's where those dollars are. So it is going back to the classroom or the schools instead of supporting something else.
Okay. And you mentioned we didn't add headcount, it was just for increased salaries, is that what it is, or?
No, so the budget line item, we shifted from the departments that were there into this department. That's why the bottom line didn't change. Jim, did I get that right? Is there anything you need to add on that? Well, only if you have something to add. Not
Just, Jim, if you
just on this topic.
Tell Rolando what you've told me.
Now we're in trouble. Madam President, thank you. It was function 11 you were looking at? Okay.
I think he's looking at 21 instructional leadership.
21, yeah, that's where we increased budget there. He moved some of it out of
Okay,
yes.
so, this gets into the debits and the credits. What Mike said would be the place we probably should stop. But if you want to know that we transferred $5 million from instructional and critical shortage areas that was budgeted by the academic office department, that was stipends that we paid for by ESSER 3. So that released that funds so that we could transfer it up to 21. We transferred $2 million from instructional resources and media in available salaries that we identified would be positive variance. And then we transferred another $4 million within the Chief Academic Officer's instructions for the reorganizational change. And then finally transferred $1 million from available salaries in instructional leadership. So that's kind of as close as I can get without getting into and showing you the debits and credits, which I would love to do if you want to come to my office any day.
I'll pass. I think we're good.
I think I could. Only right after this meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I? Well, just stand by. I'm gonna say what I think I understand. We have increased the budget for instructional leadership, which includes folks like Mr. Miles was describing, teacher leadership, professional leadership academy folks, executive directors, division superintendents, oversight level personnel has increased over and above what was originally budgeted. Is that right?
Yes, but when you say original budget, that original budget, really began in June when you passed the previous administration's budget.
I'm not quibbling. I'm just saying that's the difference.
I wasn't either. I was just clarifying.
That's my understanding. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Anything else on the budget? All right. Okay. The motion has been moved, so we can now vote unless there's any further discussion on this. It was, do we go on the new motion? We've already got a motion. So we're going to go on Angela Lamont Flowers' motion with second by Michelle Cruz Arnold. There we go. Okay. Okay, please vote. Thank you. Motion passes 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Next, may I have a motion on item 26, approval of proposed revisions to board policy BDAA, local officers and officials, duties and requirements of board officers, first reading. Is there a motion? There's a motion by Mr. Campo. Is there a second? Second by Jeanette Garzon-Lindner. I had pulled number 26 and number 27 so that Michelle Cruz Arnold could explain to the board what the committee, the policy review committee, is working on. And these two policies come out of that committee. So if you could just briefly explain to us what these two policies are intended to do and what you all are working on.
Thank you. We want to take them one at a time, correct?
I think you can take both at once.
Okay, so let's talk about BDAA local. That is the requirements of board officers. Let's see. So this one, the recommended changes here are pretty simple. Under this policy, you might recall earlier this year that we removed the second vice president role from the board. So these changes strike references to a second vice president. We also strike references to an assistant secretary. And so it just simply eliminates all references to a second vice president and an assistant secretary. So that's BDAA, that's item 26. Item 27 is policy BDB, that's internal committees. This policy eliminates the legislative committee as a standing committee. And it leaves the only standing committee as the audit committee. But this policy leaves the ability of the president of the board to at any time create an ad hoc committee. And so what that means is at any time we can have a legislative committee as an ad hoc committee. So if there's a need for the board to have a legislative ad hoc committee, one can be created.
Very good.
So if there are any recommendations for additional changes, we can have them at this time. This is not a vote, a final version of these policies, so there are still additional changes that can be made at your discretion.
This is first reading on these two policies, and the committee has additional policies that they're continuing to work on, and we anticipate in the next meeting.
Yes.
Okay. We've got a motion to approve on item 26 by Mr. Campo and a second by Jeanette Garza-Lindner. Is there any questions or discussion for that matter? No? Okay, nothing further, so we can vote. the motion to approve item number 26 passes. The next item is item 27, approval of proposed revisions to board policy BDB, local board internal organization, internal committees, first reading. Is there a motion? I see a motion from Mr. Martinez and a second from, there is a second, from Ms. Mendoza. Is there any further questions or comments or discussion from my colleagues? Yes, ma'am.
So can you tell us what the legislative committee did? Or since we're removing it as a standing committee, correct? Can you tell us the purpose of that committee? I'm not familiar.
It was not here when that committee existed. So I would only be telling you from my personal recollection, and that's probably not ideal. That might be more appropriate for maybe Katasha to comment on.
No.
The legislative committee?
Or does anybody?
Yeah,
It's a
I mean,
question
it
for
would be
whoever.
mine. As I understand it, they liaised with public officials. It was a standing committee. Is that about right? They also work for on legislative issues and also would go, I guess, testify or organize testimony, I suppose. for
Correct,
purposes
in coordination with the district's in-house legislative individual.
Yeah. But she's asking about functionality, like what they did.
Just, so what are we eliminating essentially? What functionality are we eliminating?
I think the short answer is we're not eliminating any functionality because we can always put that in place.
It's just not a standing committee.
Okay. I'm just wondering why it was a standing committee and, okay. I don't think I have
Any
an
other
answer.
comments, questions, concerns? Okay. We have a motion to approve item 27 by Mr. Martinez and a second by Ms. Mendoza. Let's vote. Motion passes 8 in favor, 1 abstention. Do I have a motion to approve the remainder of tonight's agenda items by consensus? I have a motion to approve by Mr. Campo and a second by Angela Lamont Flowers. Is there any discussion regarding the consent agenda? If not, please vote. Voting is closed, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. We're now ready to hear reports and comments from board members. Let's start from Mr. Ravon, and we'll work our way down.
Well, this was a busy season. We've had quite a few committee meetings, which have really kind of illuminated things regarding how we operate. And so I'm excited to report out just that we continue to do a lot of hard work. I'm very encouraged that the teachers and the students are performing at higher levels. They're growing. They're continuing to see achievement. I hope that as we continue to work as a team, that we continue to push forward with the strategies that have been laid on, and that we continue with a progress that is consistent and steady as we go forward.
Just quickly, continuing to work with the community and community partners, how they can partner with our schools and what they bring to the table. And either if they're in the schools already, how do we increase that, and or how do we bring them on if it makes sense?
So last month, I attended the PTO Expo. Like, well, that's my thing. But anyway, it was hosted by FACE, Family and Community Engagement. Thank you. You guys put on a great conference for the parents. I was able to speak to a lot of them, get some of their feedback. I want to thank the community members who were here today. It was a long meeting, but it's essential. It's part of the process. And so people always ask us, like, how do you hold us accountable? This is one measure, right? This is one way you hold us accountable. So I appreciate the feedback that you all provide. And it's our job to make sure that we're openly communicating with the community as well, so that you clearly understand the decisions and why they're being made. So thank you for being patient with us today.
I want to thank the entire leadership team. When you guys come up and explain the details of what's going on and how it's working and all that, it gives us great confidence, or gives me great confidence in what you're doing every day. And I know it's tough, and I know there's a lot of things going on, a lot of criticism, but I know that your heart is in it for the kids first, and that's what that's your North Star, and I appreciate everything you do, and I appreciate you too as well, Mike. Thanks.
Yep. I echo all of that, Rick. Also, just to follow up on what Mr. Martinez said, Community Engagement Committee has had its second meeting. That is Ms. Ozanne Bandy, Mr. Martinez, and myself. And so we look forward to creating a plan to recommend to this board as far as community engagement, which will roll out in the next few months. So we're looking forward to it. And thank you again to everybody who's helped us with this board meeting getting prepared. Thank you, including you.
To thank the Houston Foundation for the State of the Schools luncheon today, the leadership and the board for all that they do to support the community, and then all the community members and partners that came out to support the school in the district this afternoon. It was a wonderful celebration of students, and we had wonderful student performances from across the district. So we really appreciate all that they did for us today. And I'll be heading to the TASB conference tomorrow in Austin. It's time for the quarterly officers meeting, so I'll let y'all know what was discussed. So thank you. And thank you to the leadership team. I know the monitoring reports take a lot of time to put together, and we appreciate all the time that goes into that, all the time that goes into answering the questions. So we appreciate that. And Mike, thank you for a wonderful conversation you gave at the luncheon today. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for that call out for HISD Foundation. I'll echo my colleagues and also say that it feels like a lifetime ago, but Houston Reads Day was March 1st. And I know some of us went to schools to read, and that was a really great time. I really want to just call out Literacy Now and their organization for hosting a Houston-wide event. I think it's 21 HISD schools participated in that. And I was privileged to go to Dogan Elementary that day and read to a second grade class. And my reading to my kids at night really paid off, because I think I rocked it and did a great job with that class. So I just want to call out the opportunity again for community members to get involved in organizations like Literacy Now and the thousands of organizations really that are across the Houston area that can that partner with HISD to just amplify the work that we want to do for our kids, and thank Dogan, all the other schools, and the district for the cooperation to make events like that possible. Thank you.
I want to echo your comments, Jeanette. Adam, Rolando, and I had the privilege of going to the reading celebration at Northline Elementary School, and it was fabulous. We read to elementary school students. I've never been so nervous in my life, and I have an elementary school student. They asked me to read in Spanish, and I do not have that skill. Good job. I was unable to fulfill the task, but Rolando was, and that was excellent. So one of the three of us was able to do it, but it was a wonderful experience. And so thank you to the Northline elementary staff for making us feel so welcome that day. And they are an NES campus, and they superintendent, they at the last minute gave us a tour of all of their facilities and let us see anything that we wanted to see that day, their library, everything. And so it was a great experience for us. It was wonderful. So thank you to them.
You guys are awesome. We've been busy. So shout out to Dogan, because that's where my mom went to elementary school. Lots of great folks out of Fifth Ward came through Dogan, lots of cousins. We had our February meeting, but at the end of February, Adam and I hosted a Divine Nine reception here that was amazing. We had the TSU drumline come out and welcome all of our guests. Superintendent stopped by to give his thanks to those folks, and it was a really amazing event, appreciated by our HISD employees and staff representing the 9 historically Black sororities and fraternities. So it was really, really amazing. We got lots of good feedback. And then the superintendent mentioned that I popped into principal training this week after our community engagement meeting. It was complete happenstance Monday. And how amazing to see our principals in one place, energized, taking in a lot right after spring break. It was truly amazing. So great that I came back on Tuesday because Monday it was South and West, and then Tuesday it was Central and North. And what an honor to be amongst such professionals. It was really great. It was truly an honor to witness. So that was amazing. I'm glad I got a chance to see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Miles?
Yes, and thank you for coming. I think it's great that board members come to different events, and all of you have been to schools. I think that's also really important for the district, so you can see what's going on in their classrooms. And you can see when you go to the schools that we are making the progress, just like Adam talked about. But we got a long way to go too. So, but thank you for dropping by. I also participated in the Literacy Now event, and I think it was a little unfair to give me the pre-K kids, but it was fun nonetheless. And then just we're entering the hiring season, recruitment season for teachers. We've had one job fair already. We have 2 major ones coming up in April, the first week of April, and then I think the 3rd week of April. And so we're starting earlier on our recruitment. One really good piece of news, I've said it before, but just in case you hadn't heard, 5,454 teachers in HISD signed up to be screened for an NES position in the 130 schools. There's only 4,500 positions. And so I'm sorry to say we will have to turn some teachers away. That's not counting the couple hundred teachers who in the first job fair express interest, and we suspect hundreds others in the next 2 job fairs in April. So it won't be, we'll celebrate as a district, but there'll be some folks who will not be able to work at the NES. There's just too much interest. We'll have those positions filled, I'm pretty sure, by mid-May, in all the NES schools, 130. We're not going to ignore our non-NES. That's what the 2 April job fairs are about, mostly the non-NES schools. And so if there are vacancies, there'll be good attendance at those job fairs. We'll have hopefully 1,000 or more people at each one. Teachers, hopefully certified teachers is our preference who will be at those job fairs. And I think the schools will be way ahead of where we were last year.
Okay, thank you. At this time, the board will recess to close session under Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code, Open Meetings Act, subsections 551.004 through 551.089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in the closed session be required, such final vote, action, or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or at a subsequent public meeting by the of the board upon notice thereof. The board has recessed to closed session at 9:59 PM on March 21st, 2024. I think you're about to jump.
Perfect.
All right, yes, motions first. Are we ready? Yeah? Okay, good. This meeting is reconvened at 2:12 a.m. We're now ready to consider items discussed in closed session. Are there any motions?
Well, I have a motion. I move that the board accept the corrective, oh, wait a minute. Oh, I have to do that?
I did it. You're on.
But I have to read this, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I move that the board accept the corrective action plan, RE SRDR 2023-08-03 on the terms discussed in the closed session.
Okay. I have a motion by Rick Campo and a second by Angela Lamont Flowers. Is there any discussion? Please vote. On item, can I see the item?
Item 1. We'll read it again.
Corrective Action Plan SRDR 2023-0803.
Thank you. I'm going to type it in, I think.
We haven't voted yet. It hasn't popped up. Read the motion again? Oh, click motion. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're all set. Uh-huh. Just to be clear, what's on the screen is not the same thing that was the motion.
Right. Oh, it's covered, okay. Got it.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Please vote on Rick's motion. Motion passes 9 in favor. Are there any other motions?
I have a second motion. I move that the board approves the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approves the proposed terminations of continuing term and probationary contracts and authorize the superintendent or designee to provide notice of same, that the board approves suspensions without pay for continuing term and probationary contracts and authorize the superintendent or designee to provide notice of same, that the board approves withdrawals of contract recommendations, and that the board approves issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewals as discussed in the closed section effective March 21st, 2024.
I have a motion by,
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's change that to the 22nd. So I modify that to effective March 22nd, 2024.
thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Campo and a second by Ms. Lindner. Please vote. Motion passes 9 in favor. Are there any other motions?
Nope.
None? Okay, then I will invite the superintendent to make it a comment coming out of the closed session. Superintendent?
Madam President, members of the board, I'd like to read a statement for the record, to be included in the record. It's in the press release tomorrow. The district wants to clarify prior communications regarding the use of the proficiency screener. The proficiency screener rating will not be used in the evaluation of principals or other campus administrators in any adverse employment decisions for 2023-2024. The superintendent will continue to use instructional data and student achievement data in the exercise of the discretion outlined in Board Policy D and B Local, part of which reads, when relevant to the decision, written evaluations of a professional employee's performance, as documented to date, and any other information the administration determines to be appropriate, shall be considered in decisions affecting contract status. This communication supersedes any prior communications regarding the same.
Thank you. Thank you. There being no further business, the next regular board meeting will be held on April 11th, 2024, and this meeting is officially adjourned at 2:18 a.m. Thank you.